Alrighty then, let's get this show on the road. Good morning, everyone. Before I do the interviews, I do very briefly have to get a thumbnail and a video done. I had a sponsored video that I was posting today no matter what. And I want to make sure I get the thumbnail for that ASAP. Oh my god, Ivy. I almost elbowed you in the face. Alright, I need to go out to, I think it's a good time of day. Let's go to Costa del Sol. I need a quick screenshot. I'm not getting on the ocean fishing boat at 8 a.m. Oh, it's raining. Of course it's raining. What about the lower decks? I guess the weather is about to change. Good afternoon, Mavius. Good morning, Toya. Good morning, Jetter. I got some interviews to go over here. Oh, of course it's raining here too. All right, hopefully the weather's better in Costa del Sol. I'm gonna give this like 5 minutes because I don't want to really take. Although I guess technically it's no. I'll wait. I'll wait to see the weather change. I just need a screenshot for a video. For a thumbnail, sorry. Good morning, Sapphire. I need something oceanside and preferably... I guess I could always do it at a different ocean. I could go check, like, Thavnair. I'm gonna turn off... Where is... I did no reason to have fucking sneak on my bar. There we go. It's automatic now. Alright. Give this 3 minutes to see if the weather changes, what it changes to. I don't feel like going and asking the NPC. And then I'll decide what I need to do from there. I'm gonna go out here, actually. I don't think you can land on the upper levels of the boat. Nope. I think I can land here, though. Good morning, Bromo. Hello, Gugu. I'm going to also de-hood. And we'll see what happens when the weather changes. This is fine animation-wise, at least. Actually, maybe that one will be good. Yeah, that one will be good. Yeah, they posted all 3 of them on Twitter. That's where I saw them this morning. The official Japanese Final Fantasy XIV account posted them all on Twitter. So we're going to take a look at those in a few minutes, but I have a different obligation to take care of first. I also need to... Okay, before I do this, I was going to get rid of all the ads. You know how bad the ads are on, like, JP sites. I also don't know if they have any geo ads, which always makes me nervous. So I wanted to make sure. Well, we'll see, because I might end up doing multiple videos depending on how long the interviews are. Because a lot of the times, like, it really depends. I'm not going to commit to it all being one video. But we shall see. I'm not going to say it won't be either. I'm just waiting for this weather change to happen first so I can see if I can get a thumbnail for this other video. For the meantime, let me sip on my coffee. Hello, Heaven's Word. Yeah, things are going good. I slept great last night. At least I think I did. I feel better today. Much better. Much, much, much better. Come on. Hopefully the sky is clear. It's 8 a.m. Looks like it might be fog. Fog looks okay in the morning. I like it here. Let me finish letting it roll in. Ivy, chill, girl. All right, yeah, that's fine. Oh, no, hold on. Oh, no, hold on. Stop doing that. I gotta do the sit. Hold on. All right, and then... No, look this way. There we go. That should do. That should be sufficient. And then I wanted to do, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do this real quick. And I wanted to do one more thing real quick. Actually, what does the menu look like inside this? Nah, that's fine. Excellent. Call me Crimson, because I'm slipping. Don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. All right, let me get this thumbnail out so I can post this video, and then we'll go over the interviews. Oh, I also need to include some links in the description of this video, but that shouldn't take too long. I need to provide my boats. Where are my boats? All right, that's better. Wait, where'd I put that? Ugh. Excellent. Okay, now I can make that video public, and then we can get to recording. Yeah, I was like, I contemplated it, but I was like, I'm not going to do that. All right, I need to get us set up for a recording scene, but I need to get rid of all the ads on the JP sites first. Let's see. Normally, I go to site permissions, all sites. No, it's not the one. All permissions. Here we go. We get rid of JavaScript. And we get rid of images. And I think that does the trick for the JP sites to make them not as disastrous to look at. Yes, that appears to be doing the trick. Okay, cool. All right, I'm going to start with the 4Gamer interview. And let me just get these window captured. And let me get some generic background music. Yeah, it was 4Gamer. It's generally speaking, if there's ever a Famitsu interview, there's a 4Gamer and a Gamewatch interview. Because what they do is, for those 3 Japanese media, they actually all do a round table. And they all attend the interview at the same time, and they each go around asking their questions. Those 3 always are together, basically. Sometimes they have overlapping information because of that. But that's how they do them. Those 3 are like almost always together. So it's a good thing. If you see 1, always expect there to be 3. That's a big thing that I learned over the years. If there's 1 of the 3, there's always 3. Sometimes more. There are other Japanese sites that sometimes get included. Real cool. I guess it doesn't matter. Are they the same kind of? They usually, because they each have their own questions. So it's a question. But the thing is, because they're all sitting in on the same exact interview, sometimes the questions like overlap or they play off each other's questions. They're like, hey, well, this person mentioned this, so I'm going to mention this kind of thing. All right, let me get the generic background music. My favorite generic background music. Recordings. Okay. All right, with that, let's get to recording. Hey everyone, Mr. Happy here, and we've got a slew of interviews from Yoshi-P the day before the letter from the producer live, and a week before we ship ourselves off to FanFest. It'll be a week for me. I know I'll be on a plane not too long from the future, about a week from now. Going and reporting on everything there. But we've got the usual triage of interviews from 4Gamer, Famitsu, and Gamewatch. Whenever there's one, I was just talking with my Twitch chat before this. Normally, if there's 1, there's 3. Now, because they sometimes have overlapping information, sometimes it's worth it to just make 1 video. Sometimes it's worth it to make multiple. That depends. I'm going to do this one kind of on the fly. If I start recording the first one and I see that there's just like a good overlap, then, you know, we'll stop and we'll or we'll continue. But if we see that they're pretty vastly different, then we'll find out very, very quickly if this is one that we should break into multiple videos or not. So let's get started right away, since this could take a while. This is the 4Gamer interview right here, and it talks mostly about Beastmaster. Now, obviously, this is right-click Google translated, so excuse some of the translations here. I'll do what I can with them. So it, of course, talks about how there's going to be Beastmaster, there's going to be Occult Crescent, Cosmic Exploration, the Ocean... Of course, the ocean fishing update has to get brought up pretty much immediately as soon as we start this. And then on top of that, the housing installations and stuff along those lines. And also an absolute raid is an ultimate raid translation, all the same. So they asked Yoshi-P about the acquisition of new players. Pretty interesting question, actually, while focusing on the content of the update. We'll report on whatever we ask him about. So thank you for your time today. In our last interview, we talked about improving and enhancing the gameplay alongside the addition of content. 7.5, there will be major changes in the system, such as the integration of Calorant. I don't know what Calorant is off the top of my head. I'm trying to think what that is translation-wise. Let's see, as well as the new limited job Beastmaster coming as well. I'd like to thank you for I would like you to think that patch 7.4 and 7.5. No, Occult Crescent is Crescent Isle. I think it might be the die. Oh, it's the die system thing. Maybe that's right. Yeah, that's true. Just the beginning. The other day, I participated in the game event Fukuoka. I remember hearing about that. The Warriors of Light came to visit. We also received comments it would be helpful to put AF in the cabinet of my favorite items. I am thinking of reassembling all the housing, and I think it will be easy. Be able to enjoy Mirapuri even more at the ease of organizing my luggage through the consolidation. Yeah, so this Mirapuri thing and Calorant, this is all talking about like the glam system stuff. I don't know what that is in particular, but this is obviously talking about the way that they are able to manage their inventory with the dies, with the die change that's coming. And while there are certainly some things that you can change your daily play in a convenient way, it doesn't mean that your daily play experience will change dramatically or be innovative. That's what I always say with a lot of things that happens with 14, but, you know, it is what it is. It's just an extension of what you already have. Updates make it more convenient and comfortable are very important. So this is just talking about quality of life updates as a whole. Another important factor is a sense of security and stability. The base system does not change. Standardizes the production of workflow, at least the delivery of stable quality products as quickly as possible. On the other hand, I think this is true regardless of industrial product or entertainment, but in order to aim for more interesting and unprecedented services, challenges and stimulation are also important. It's all pretty, broad speak that's not really too particular to anything. It's not justice to either. Rather than denying the past, the mindset is since we have achieved the best results so far, let's change more to raise it to a higher level. A glimpse of this gradually emerge in the changes and updates 7.4 and 7.5. Yeah, it's been pretty... I mean, all of Dawn Trail has been really quality of life heavy. Like, we've seen a lot of things happen in these patches. So I think that's largely what he's talking about. Want to innovate more and more starting from there. Change can lead to stress and fear, but to put it simply, I think let's do it to make it more interesting. Yeah, a lot of people are afraid of doing things just to make things more interesting. But, I'm still of the opinion that I'm sure people reading this, especially with the Google Translate, are like, oh man, it's going to be changing a lot. I still think that largely, like he said, just up here, you want the base systems to be familiar and standardized to some capacity so you can innovate from there. I think that's the better expectation to have. Looking forward to seeing what changes we will get. Now, I will like to ask about the patch title art, but members of the Alliance of Dawn are appearing again. Scions, of course. This image will lead to an atmosphere of the new main quest. It's already easy to understand, but I want to present everyone that the next one is about to begin. The story arc, yeah. In particular, in 7.0, it just says 7 point, which is very confusing. In Dawn Trail, I want to show there's this being called a key in the middle of the characters. I guess this is actually talking about in the patch artwork for this one, who have been involved in the journey of the 7.x series. I am sure that it's exactly what I saw and imagined. Yeah, so just talking about how the key is the focus of the art. There was no twist. I ordered it straight. The auto translate, I feel like, is way worse today than usual. Yes, including the meaning of connecting to the Fan Festival. I want to raise the tension here. This time, patch 7.5 part 1 will be released 3 days after FanFest. Patch art will be released ahead of these. If you make it a mystery poorly, it will lead to a fan festival. It'll be hard to get excited at FanFest. I want to make it clear here from the start. Therefore, I made it easy to understand. Trail to the heavens, the road to the other side begins here. Nothing more, nothing less. The road to the other side begins here is very interesting. Again, auto-translated, but there's a big question of whether we're going to Blind Frost. I know a lot of people are thinking that because Winterers. I don't personally subscribe to that theory. I think Trail to the Heavens and the key and all that is leading to interdimensional travel. Remember, my tinfoil hat theory, if you haven't heard it before, is we're going to take the key and we're going to stick it in the Ragnarok and we're going to turn it into an interdimensional spaceship. And you know what? A ship going to the heavens makes perfect sense to me. So please tell us about the highlights of the main quest. Although some were hidden in the producer live letter, the new ID, the Courteous Magic Arsenal, that's Fort Tower Magic, if I'm not mistaken, has a very, oh no, that's Clayus. It's a very Garlemald style atmosphere. Also introducing the new subjugation extermination of NO, that's Enuo. That's Enuo Extreme. Will be content related to the main quest. Yes, Enuo will be part of the main quest. They are involved. I published the 4-character idiom with it hidden, but the reason was that I wanted to avoid having too many perceived notions. In addition, we have been operating for a long time. I feel that the defensive instinct of MMORPG gamers is to keep expectation low, mainly on social media. Uh-oh, guys. He's looking at socials. We're doomed. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he's right. Keep the expectations low. Get everything, if we get something that exceeds them, great. But, hate seeing that. Wanted to simply see part 1 and part 2 of 7.5, so I made a partial announcement this time. Okay. Didn't put everything down, say, I don't know if I have an ID this time. Yeah, they're basically just saying, why didn't you hide Enuo? This whole conversation is about why they didn't hide Enuo's name. Okay, it also means the part of the Warrior of Light walked, including 6.8 and 7.x, was not all in vain. The walking wasn't in vain. This is largely referring to including 6.x and 7.x. So obviously we're not just talking about 6.0. We are talking about the Void-related stuff. He basically wants to establish that the fact that we did that whole Void side adventure was not just some random one-off. Which is good because I think a lot of people think it felt that way because what ends up happening is between 6.1 and 6.5 part 1. It feels like that storyline concludes with a slight, leaving it open for the future thing with Zero and Golbez. But people were like, this probably will matter later, but right now it feels very one-off. And like I said, I think it's important to establish that it isn't. And I think bringing void elements back and having Enuo in there does kind of begin to tie back, going back to the part where we used Zodiark's Hole to go into the portal to go into the 13th. I think going back to, I think certain elements need to be persistent or need to be preserved in some regard. And shard hopping definitely preserves that to some capacity. Slightly different note, I think 14 could be classified as a type of carefully drawn in modern entertainment where fast-paced stories are preferred. In fact, compared to the past, there are many works that run through in a short time with great tension. For example, Demon Slayer was made into an anime and the original work was donated at the peak of its popularity. And so is Jujutsu Kaisen. I think it's a recent trend. Absolutely, I feel there are fewer works that called the longevity series compared to the past. Yeah, just less series that are super long. One Piece is like, what were you saying? Even in Western dramas, we didn't do it until the 9th season, but ended about the 5th season. Otherwise, we won't have the tension in today's busy world. However, I also think there is a catharsis that can be gained by accumulating terrible seasons. That's funny. Even now, there are people who want tension like Shadowbringers and Endwalker, but that's what those translate to. But it's catharsis because of the accumulation from New Eorzea, A Realm Reborn. And it is different if we were able to continue that tension from the beginning. Yeah, basically just saying, like, yeah, you want the buildup of tension over time that pays off at the end. Even if you have to go through some things that don't necessarily make sense or you may not like them as much to get there at some point. It's about making sure there's a payoff for them at the end of everything. I understand. We'll unite the paths we have taken to reach the other side and move on to the next one. I would be happy if I would be happy if you could enjoy it comfortably without having to read it deeply, but it is in the form of putting together various things so carefully and moving forward. Yep, as expected. By the way, the main quest is divided into 2 parts, but this time the interval is longer than 6.5x. Good observation. There's also information that was linked to the fan festival, so I wonder if the information released at the German fan festival have a big impact on the main quest. A lot of people have suspected this as well. In the case of 14, the main quest is the main axis, but in the patch 7.5x series, the content release itself will continue in stages. There is no end to playing, and in that sense, I think it is not that long of a period. Yeah, basically just saying it's not like it goes away at any point, so it's not that long of a time frame. However, there are some stories that cannot be released until the European Fan Fest is completed. There is an aspect to that. In addition, 6.0 as a point of reflection for 6.x, I felt that I used the ruler because I drew the story of 0 too carefully. I couldn't take much time to get to 7.0. Basically just saying that they took all of 6.1 to 6.5 to do all of the Shadowbringers, to do all of the Void storyline, and then there was no room to basically tease Dawn Trail and lead up to it in any capacity. Therefore, from an end to 7.4 to the axes of part 1 and part 2, I will draw all, including new characters, saying they're all part of the next storyline, and it's not like it's not like suddenly gonna be something that happens in part 2 like it was with Dawn Trail. From the perspective of disclosing information, you put out everything first. It'll be an atmosphere of I already know at the Fan Fest. Therefore, information will be revealed one after another in the flow of North American Fan Festival Part 1, European Fan Festival, and Part 2. I would be happy if you could think of this as having 4 main quests. That's wild. Okay. So we have the finale of this is a long interview, I just noticed. Holy, we are not even close to done with it. So the climax of the Final Fantasy XI raid. The patch brings the 3rd installment of Vana'diel with Windurst, the 3rd Walk. In the interview 7.1, you mentioned there were some conflicts with the crossover. We feel the content will be well received by players who know 11 as well as those who don't. Please tell us about your current state of mind. I was honestly very relieved to see the reaction to the release of 7.1. I was able to see it positively. Yeah, I think most people liked it. Of course, there were some people who watched the situation at first, but as a result, they received it positively, and it was decided to jump even bigger in the 2nd installment. Final Fantasy XI was also under the jurisdiction of Creative Studio 3, so of course we are working together every day, looking at numbers, giving advice. However, 11 has become hotter in recent years, as you may know. There have been restrictions on creation of new characters. There are now 3 servers you are not allowed to make new characters on in 11. Now, I will say this. They were the 3 most populated servers before, and basically everyone who's new to the game gets told, go to one of these 3 servers. So, not that surprising they got locked eventually, but all the same, they have been getting server locks in Final Fantasy XI. Whether those who have returned after Echoes of Vana'diel, those who have gone to see the current 11, or those who are interested in it again and want to try it again, they are really excited about Vana'diel, and their motivation to make it even more exciting is included in this 3rd part. Final Fantasy 11 is still enjoyed by many customers. It's also true that it is very difficult to tell all the memories of everyone. Alliance raids take a long time to deliver huge content in 3 installments, but there is still no way to talk about it. Points of your memories of 11 are completely different, and it is really difficult to choose which ones. However, this time we've prepared a theme suitable to those who have played 11 and those who have played it, as well as those who have glimpsed the world of 11 this time. So people who have played it before and people who are kind of newer. So we hope you will enjoy it. Now that we have finished checking the content, we will conduct the final check on the quest side tonight. It was put in from 18 to 23, and the schedule was terrible. Oh yeah, that's late. That means he doesn't get to leave the office till 11 p.m. Unfortunate. Thanks for your hard work. At this stage, is the 11 team getting a good response? At the time of the provisional assembly check, Fujiro-san will also join the 11 team. When we do content checks, dozens of people go in while sharing screens of the main members, looking at the screens together. And when there is feedback, stop the screen and talk. Based on the feedback we received, we decide what kind of adjustments to make. In the case of Winders, the content side is in the process of responding based on the feedback. Then we collect as many first glances as possible from the members, and the members with high playing skills are forced to change due to do it in a job that you're not familiar with. So all their high skilled players are forced to do it on jobs they're not comfortable playing. And we gather various members and play through it. We check how many minutes it took to clear, how many times we wiped, and how well we understand the gimmick, but we will do it next week. By the way, I was curious when it was announced, but in addition to Juno, Sandoria, and Windurst appeared in the early 3 kingdoms. Any reason why Bastok doesn't appear? After all that, that's what you say. Oh, I'm still conflicted about whether the title should change. There's really no other intention. It's all about thinking the plot development and the limited cost of expression. I'm sorry to all of you from Bastok. Yeah, everyone wondered why I'm of the opinion it's a good thing. I'm literally, I've always been from Bastok. I've always been a player who has started every character in Bastok except maybe an alt. And I've always thought that it was not really worth portraying here. It doesn't have the castles of Sandoria. It doesn't have the Heavens Tree. It doesn't really have anything that looks, it's just like a nice, like basic town. Like it's very simple aesthetically. It just doesn't scream, oh, giant, exciting 24-man raid to me, personally. The initial response to the raid, Juno was a very big destination. Yeah, you have to include Juno. It's literally like one of the most important locations in all of Final Fantasy XIV. If you don't enter from there at the beginning of the first installment and create the atmosphere, is it a story around the 3 kingdoms? Also, right, if you do Windurst and then Sandoria and then you do Juno, it's even worse because then they're like, what the heck? We just skipped that. Yeah, so if like starting in Juno, yeah, I think that's the right call. However, Chitin and its experience are talked about during the quest. It also is mentioned why that's Salilja, not Salija. Did or could not set Bastok in the place of selection. It's unusual. Why didn't you end up with 4 alliance raids? Yeah, that is an unusual question because you know the answer to that. There's also a development schedule that includes other content. First of all, if you would play Windurst and still have an I don't know, I would like to hear your feedback. 11 also started to change its country of origin halfway through, so I'm generally talking about 3 countries. However, I still have a feeling for the country I chose first. Yeah, I see what they're saying, because you kind of start in the one, but you move into Ottergon, and you move into Adolin, etc. I am very aware of that. Oh, it stabs you. Let's see. Now it's talking about Hildibrand. Didn't expect that to show up. This time I hadn't finished checking it. Hildibrand often changes in its final check. Oh, interesting. In a good way, it is okay not to suppress the part that tries to fly away, but there are quite a few times when the structure is changed, such as trying to blow it up too much, or isn't it necessary to put key lines here? I've confirmed the plot of the story in advance, but I have not been able to check the direction and process leading up to it. Probably meaning like he doesn't get to see all the weird cutscenes and animations that they do. I'll say I'm not kidding, but April Fool's Day on April 1st has a schedule for Hildy checks. It says 2 hours, but Hildy checks doesn't end in 2 hours. The actual machine check itself is over, but I would like to take into account the time to write feedback. I have to go to social gatherings with new employees. Is that okay? If Mr. Yoshi didn't come, he would be checking Hildy. That's right. He's like, I have to leave now. I have to leave. I gotta go. You said earlier there are quite a lot of things that changed, but I changed it so hard. Is there a story like that? Is there a story that they just like changed a whole bunch in the final check? In the previous episode, Hildibrand and Hardboiled got along, or rather, Hardboiled is affectionate with Hildibrand, but the usual flow was you have good things in you. However, at the end of the last episode, it was said that it would be in the direction of you can't be recognized after all. You can't be, trusted after all. At the time I checked it, the process leading up to it was a good conflict, but from everyone's point of view, it was portrayed as Hildy's fault. However, I think that the existence of Hildy as a character whose methods and theories are absurd but make sense, and in a sense, he wishes he could live a straight life like this. Therefore, I'm not saying that you should not depict Hildy, who is depressed. Yeah, I guess they're saying, like, if it's Hildibrand's fault, he'll be sad, and then he'll be depressed, and we don't want that. But if he is depressed, then you should be depressed about not being able to stop Hildibrand and not being able to be close to him. It is different to be depressed about the actions you did of your own will. This came as a nuance out of the production. Yeah, they didn't want Hildibrand being depressed because he screwed something up. I understand. This is not a story limited to Hildibrand, but I think this is something that happens in the process of creating all kinds of stories. Going back to the previous story, give feedback is Hildy is not that kind of character. Is he? Is she? I mean, I guess if we're going back to Stormblood, we want to go back to that part. It's not good for players to feel this nuance, so it is necessary to adjust the dialogue and content of the production. This quest, this sequence are conducive to the impression and so on. I remember thinking in the previous expansion that Hildibrand was oddly far more competent than normal. Like, he's normally competent in, like, the worst way imaginable, or, like, you're competent on his behalf and the result is still good. But he was, like, incredibly competent in Endwalker's version of the story. He kept saying, I was like, yeah, wait, he's right, though. And they're like, yeah, he's right. And I'm like, this isn't normal. All right. The fact that Hildibrand's principle of action will change means that I would like the direction of the cutscene to be changed in this way. So I'll actually describe it as a sample. How about changing this kind of dialogue in this kind of direction? Okay, I think we understand what's going on with Hildibrand here. We have a lot of interview left. But they're talking about actually making Hildibrand for the most part and trying to keep him, like, on character. And the writing for him that goes on here. But I think we understand after this many expansions what Hildibrand is like. So let's see. In the final chapter of the Arcadian, the early version didn't have a direction for whether or not a champion regulator was equipped. Oh yeah, this is something unrelated. The main scenario, the story is developed in which the people accept the concept of death and remove the regulator, while the fighters should also live in the same place. Although they are fighters, they are people who live in the city. Cases are not limited to game development. Yeah, they were talking about how it's weird that the fighters are still willing to use their regulators, or, like, so, like, adamant about using them when all the rest of their society isn't. The typical cases where you lose sight of your surroundings if you divide the work into two immersed by individual work. The regulator is not just a decorative tool. Let's think about whether or not there is a regulator according to the feeling of each character, and if we remove it, which scene it will start from. Okay, and then they're talking about Hildibrand's facial expressions being hilarious. Now we finally get to talk about Beastmaster. Nakagawa, that's going to be Mr. Ozma himself. It was a big hit at the 2024 Tokyo Fan Festival, and Beastmaster will be implemented in 7.5x. I heard that Beastmaster with training elements is an unprecedented form of content. That's what Mr. Ozma said. What kind of fun do you want to provide to the players? Feels like there's one RPG element with a completely different taste in the MMORPG. Basically saying it feels like its own separate RPG within Final Fantasy XIV. It was made to be tightly intertwined with the job quest. In an interview at the same fan festival in Tokyo, many people have entered the development of 14 after playing home game consoles, and few have experienced MMOs. That's why we want to incorporate not only the fun of MMOs, but also want new ways of enjoying MMOs in 14. Remember, you said something like that. I also felt that it was content that would lead to that. Thank you for seeing the very good points. I think that Blue Mage is content beyond the job quest, but for Beastmaster, clearing the fighting beast training is part of the job quest. Yeah, so I guess they're saying that the actual catching is more part of the actual job part. Where Blue Mage just made you learn, like, a spell, but if you really wanted to do anything for Blue Mage, you had to go way beyond the scope of the job quests to really do anything. Whereas this, it seems like they're saying it's more intertwined. The game itself is the completing of the 50 Demon Beasts Encyclopedia. The Demon Beast thing, just ignore it. It's the 50 Beast Encyclopedia. It's possible even if it's not a beast training. If you simply align them, you could be caught if the level of the job goes up. However, if you think about the training of capturing beasts requiring beast training, or that you will train them to break through the beast fighting training. The word beast fighting training is showing up way too many times with this translation. In order to clear certain enemy stages, players must also change the combination of monsters if they were building a deck. And this man is definitely playing Slay the Spire too. And use special passive items and meal items that only were... Okay, so this begins to explain how they make some of the non-monster options worth taking. There are passive items and meal items that only work inside of the Crucible. So I was wondering, because, like, why would I ever stop at a rest point? Why would I ever not just fight everything over and over again unless the monsters either don't heal or there's some other reason not to? And that seems to be one of the chief reasons. I'm assuming beast training is referring to Crucible, by the way. The Crucible itself, multiple stages are prepared for the story. All right, that might just be for the Beastmaster. There's a higher version. Nope, they're talking about the Crucible. So there's a version of the Crucible for the story, and then there's a higher version of the challenging element. And on top of that, there's also the modifier function. Okay, wait, maybe they actually did play a roguelike before. So here is my thing. I firmly believed that the image that we saw for the Crucible was like, that was going to be it. Like, it was going to be the one path, break off into 2 paths. There's like a couple things, and it's like 8 things long, and then you just decimate it and you're done. Like, I was like, that matches my expectation. Even the moment I saw it, I never expected more than that. Now I'm finding out that they have what sounds like the equivalent, or at least a faux equivalent of Ascensions, basically. And of course, having a version that's story specific for the story, and a version that's more challenging. So they might actually have cooked slightly. Obviously, we still have to play it. I'm still not holding it to the expectation, as someone who's been playing a decent amount of Slay the Spire 2 lately, that it'll be anything comparable to that. Like, I don't think we're going to be doing A10 style, you know, friggin' run-throughs of the Crucible. But I'm glad to see they consider things that absolutely need to exist for a roguelike mode to have any replayability or fun aspect to it. Can't be able to complete it one try, and it can't be completely static every single time you do it. We are also preparing rankings, so if you want to do it, I'd like you to aim for number 1. Of course, it's possible to conquer the quest in order for the purpose of clearing the quest. Basically, if you're not great at them, you could still probably do the normal one just for the quest. You can also capture monsters in the specific content. ID bosses are included, but it's quite possible to break in and catch them with a solo beast user by lifting the restrictions. Oh, so it sounds like if you're missing monsters, you might be able to catch them in the roguelike mode itself. Now, I was under the impression, and this might be because of the translation, I think what they're actually saying is you need to capture the monsters as you go through, because that was my impression of the Crucible, was that you would go in with no beasts, or maybe they would give you a beast when you first went in. You'd like pick a starter beast or something, and then you would have to capture them as you go through, and you have to pick, like, it could be multiple of them available, and like, even though you're trying to kill them, you may only be able to capture one. I figured it was something like that, and then you might need to like choose to capture more and then change your party for the next one, so that way you're not just using the same thing over and over again. Also, if you want to catch the monsters in the Alliance raid, you can form an alliance. I noticed that because Behemoth is there, it was either going to be a quest reward from the Fate or from the Alliance raid. So that's already not a solo aspect. Now, to be fair, I think you could probably do that with 6 Beastmasters, 1 Beastmaster, 3 Beasts, and then 2 Beastmasters per Alliance. I'm curious, though, if that's what it is. Oh, wait a minute. So ignore me. That thing I just said is how I feel. This is talking about getting them from dungeons. This whole paragraph is about collecting dungeon monsters. So they're saying that, yeah, you can be a solo Beastmaster and go get the monsters that way. And then for the Alliance raid, again, Behemoth is on the list. So, of course, Labyrinth of the Ancients is technically one of them. However, in terms of time, I think it's easier to catch it quickly if you form a party, but designed so that you can play solo. So some of these monsters are included in the rewards for clearing the Crucible. Okay, so the Crucible itself does have some rewards when it comes to getting the monsters, and on top of that, you can solo them if you absolutely want to, but if you prefer to group up, you can. Okay, that's fine. That's normal, because when Blue Mage first came out, doing them solo was really not a great option until you were way over leveled. What I want to be able to do on Beastmaster is I need a level 20 monster. I'm a level 20 Beastmaster. I have 3 monsters. I'm going to go in and get my monster. That's what I want to see. I do not want it to feel like I'm a Beastmaster and I go in with a Paladin, a White Mage, and a Viper and rip through a dungeon, and that's really my best chance of getting it. Which, to be fair, it could be something I do, but I don't want that to be the expectation of the job. I really would prefer it to be mostly solo with, like I said, the Alliance raid doesn't surprise me. Maybe I can go catch the one from the Fate. Who knows? It's nice to have a wide range of ways to play. Mr. Ozma is working hard to create it, and it's an incredible cost. That's why the checks are very strict. I will check them sequentially according to materials. I will say, yes, your level has reached X and X. Then go do this dungeon until you can make a friend, or go do ID until you can make a friend. I'm assuming make a friend means catch a monster. You should be able to go in 35 minutes. And you clearly say, then let's go next. Oh, they're saying like form a party when you get to a specific thing if you really want to. Estimated time. But if you exceed the time, it is a problem with Mr. Yoshida's skills. Please do your best. Oh. So Yoshi-P is usually, so Mr. Ozma is saying, well, if it takes you longer than that, then it's your fault, Yoshi-P. All right. Good on you, Mr. Ozma. As expected, Mr. Nakagawa. I like this translation right here. In addition, you can use up to 3 whistles to summon captured monsters you level up, but there are not 3 pets to carry around, and you'll have to swap, and you can swap them out during battle. Wait, you will have to swap them during, If you use the whistle of 1, the recast will start to turn. Oh, wait. The whistles, they're referring to the bonus abilities. I'm not yeah, to some, well, actually, hold on, let me read this. The recast will start to turn, but you can attack to some extent and hit a special move and let him go home, then call the next one with the whistle of 2 and change the rotation. If there is a boss with an attack that you really want to interrupt, summon a monster that can interrupt. It's like rotating the monster itself, such as shooting a special move and having it return. Oh, so you're not like, okay, I think I understand. So it's not like you're going to be standing there with 3 NPCs all the time like trusts. You're largely pulling the monsters in, bringing them into battle for a short period of time, and then moving them back out. That's if I'm understanding this correctly. I hit a special move and let him go home. I'm definitely going to need to see this later, because in every image we've only ever seen 1 beast out at a time, even though we've been told we can bring up to 3. So we were wondering if the behemoth being the only thing that we saw in the Emdpor Keep image was because it was a large monster. Maybe you can bring 3 of them. You know, maybe it was like 1 large, 2 medium, 3 small. But it might just be because they're using their whistle for the behemoth at that moment, but then they're not activating their other whistles at the time. The skill used by the Beastmaster user will change depending on the monster being summoned. So in the end, the summoning of 3 will rotate. So it's interesting that it's worth researching as if it were a normal job. It's really well done. You can't say that. If you say, dude, you can't use the word normal job when talking about limited jobs. People are going to go nuts. Can't do that. All right. Well, okay, I think I've got a better idea, but I definitely need to see the live letter. We're going to be getting a gameplay showcase of Beastmaster, so all of this will make sense in the very near future. And then this next part is about acquiring new players, which is, as he says, very difficult. Obviously, with all the expansions, with all the levels, it's tough. If the level of classmates we're excited is not recognized, the possibility of new players will not come out in the first place. If you really don't know the game or Final Fantasy at all, be the point where you won't be recognized in the first place. Doesn't make much sense to appeal to such people saying, hey, play has increased so much, it's easier to play. In order to reach these new people, it's important to first feel the atmosphere of trend and recognition. Basically just saying that the game needs to be fun and popular. Top of that, celebrities whose names you hear everywhere, the people you feel closest to, parents, siblings, relatives, and, well, we also take the word influencer to mean someone you trust, and that people, hey, that's me. He's talking about me. Do you trust me? I believe that there's an absolute condition in this era. Yeah, he's saying influencers are pretty important. Though through the way influencers and active players are having fun, the recognition atmosphere brings in. So basically by saying if the people already playing are having fun, it makes other people see that the game is fun and want to try it. That's like one of the ways to acquire new players. 14 has grown in this pattern, largely through that method. Having the Warriors of Light who are playing 14 seriously enjoy it, and making 14 itself more exciting will lead to a lot of new acquisitions. It's fun, so let's do it together, and I'll help. Let's do it together, bro. However, there are still people who are not familiar with MMOs or resistant to online games themselves and think they cannot keep up with them now. It is difficult to overturn these impressions and images with words alone in order to acquire new players. I'd like to give the influencers a weapon that can overturn it. It may be difficult to understand what you are talking about. I believe that it is basically not us, but the customers, users, and community who create buzz in this era, no matter what products or services are doing. Modern customers intuitively know that PR from us is only PR for profit created by the company. Even if you see or hear it, you won't be trusted immediately. That's the kind of era it is. Therefore, the most effective thing in modern era is the phenomenon that someone you trust will give you a recommendation. Only then will they become interested in the product or service, and as a result, they will receive PR from us. Also, when a recommendation is given, this effect is even greater if information jumps in from a place that has nothing to do with a brand or communication tool that is close to you, and you can link it. To make it easier to understand in 14, the other day I collaborated with Shu Uemura. Of course, I think there are some of the Warriors of Light who use Shu Uemura's products, but the response was very large. It was sold out one after another, and both the flagship store and the department store were very popular. Shu Uemura's staff explained Final Fantasy carefully. Seeing such excitement, even those who are not familiar with 14 seemed to feel it was amazing. This somewhat amazing feeling is very important. When combined with the recommendation from influencers, it creates basically just saying that if Square tells you to like something, they know that you just like, of course they're going to put out something that makes their game look amazing. They're trying to sell it to you. So the PR is PR for the sake of PR. Whereas if consumers like it, they're just going to tell other people that they like it. And then that's how you acquire new customers. He's not wrong. I mean, that is pretty much how it works nowadays. That's why so much money gets put into, you know, what is now, you know, influencer marketing instead of just buying ad space and stuff like that. At the end of last year, I was able to cover 14, the Permaniac's Fragrance, the perfume event. I forgot about that. In the past few days, I have the impression they've been putting jabs in from unexpected places. We will collaborate in all aspects, centered on the publicity team and community team, not just one thing, and make efforts to create opportunities. We have been providing services for a long time. It's also important that there are many Warriors of Light in the good positions of each company. I think there are more opportunities to receive stories from the other side rather than from here, and is becoming a form of completely enclosing situation. 16 years after the old version, I don't think it's normal to work with such a variety of companies in a game that is just old. However, there's not an opportunity for newcomers to get started, but a small opportunity to get them interested and think about doing some research. But this is the first big step. On top of that, the push of the influencer you trust overlaps. While these keeps talking about me like this. Yeah, where are my Twitch drops, Yoshi-P? That would help immensely. When these two are combined, there are always new people visiting Eorzea. I believe that it is important to continue large and small approach rather than a half-hearted one-off approach. I think the expansion of playable platforms is close. Yeah, playable platforms is a big thing. I do expect a Switch 2 announcement at FanFest. That is another of my tinfoil hat theories. It is obvious, but also something that we've been working on for the past 10 years. The only thing left is Nintendo. We will continue negotiations for a long time. Okay, maybe we won't get the announcement at FanFest. We will continue negotiations for a long time. I know it's Google translated, but still. The service on the Xbox platform was also announced to be retired the other day. Wait. I'm confused. To be retired the other day. The service was also announced. Wait, is that like the old Xbox, like Xbox 360? Did they announce that like they're stopping like the old Xbox console support? Either that or this is just a weird translation. However, that became the starting point of the French. Yeah, this is something unrelated at all. iOS version. Oh yeah. Either way, yeah, I think this is just a weird translation because then it seems to go into like this part later. That became the starting point of the friendship between Phil and me, and he himself took action to overcome various regulatory barriers, and as a result, we were able to start the service. Therefore, I also believe that passion will always work. Yeah, it's just a weird translation. If new platforms continue to come out in the future, I would like to always respond to them, and regardless of publicity, I think that getting as many people as possible around the world to play is a natural effort. Another big thing is to increase the number of areas covered. To be precise, the service is still available worldwide, so it is the number of languages. Since we need real-time development as we continue to update, we have no choice but to hire language experts on our team to increase the number of languages we support. If you rewrite the Japanese version from English, the English outsource it to each language, it is extremely difficult to outsource because you will not be able to meet the patch release schedule in time. Yeah, so, I mean, that seems to be a hint that we could be seeing another language increase. Because he seems to understand that you need more to support more languages. Like, if the game was in Spanish, bro, imagine. That would, dude, it would be pretty crazy if the game was ever put in Spanish. That would increase the load to the company. In general, language correspondence is very important. However, even if we increase it too much, the question arises as to whether we will stop at the moment whether the number of local players and translation costs no longer match. Yeah, that becomes a concern. What if they translate it to a language and then they're not getting enough language, like people of that language playing the game? Does that mean that it's not worth doing anymore? It's a tough call. It's also very difficult. Once you start, you can't turn back. Is it a responsibility rather than not being able to turn back? Although we are also providing services, we cannot easily say we will stop supporting your languages because it's not cost effective. However, I can speak English, French, German, simplified Chinese, traditional Chinese, and even Korean. Bro, I can barely speak English. We've also received requests for Spanish, Portuguese, and Italian. Yeah, I guess Italian. So we are discussing with the company every day that we want to try it somewhere, but I think it'll take some time to realize. They are acknowledging the request for a Spanish version of the game. So that's more than I think. I've never once heard him acknowledge that they have requests to get the game in Spanish. Ever. So that's good. I wonder if, I just realized, do you speak those languages, Yoshi-P? Or are you just saying the game is available in those languages? I'm on to you. All the same. Going back to the topic, you brought the question of a quick panel, and you said, is this even the producer's screen? That's when you came to the interview, July 4th. Either an interview, an acquaintance of a gamer who specializes in shooters told me in a timely manner, you can often play games with screens that you don't understand. Every game is familiar. I think he's talking about playing it with a Steam Deck. Or a Stream Deck, sorry. What is the game? How do I play it? I felt that it was not unreasonable. Let's see. Before he said that, of course, we are aware of this. We will continue to make efforts, and the quick panel is a part of that. I think he's just talking about quality of life. I think that if you include unpublished ones, the screen will look even a little bit cleaner. The difficult thing is that MMORPGs are more fun when you can do more. One of the charms of MMORPGs is that you feel there are many things you can do at first glance, and I always want to strike a good balance. For a really long time, thanks to the Warriors of Light who have been following 14 with all their hearts, we have grown together. That is why... Oh, this is the message to the readers. So I was just about to move forward. Since it is the road to beyond, I hope you will enjoy the festival at North America, Part 1, European Fan Fest, and Part 2. There's also a term called time performance, and you can watch the stream later, but the wonderfulness of watching the information that's just come out while having fun with the people who are connected on the spot is also a good thing. It can be felt because it is real time rather than asynchronous. Due to the time difference, the time zones will be different. That is indeed how time works. Thank you, translation. We will also do WoW, so we would be happy. Translations really just fall apart in some place here. Be happy? No, I'm happy. If you can enjoy streaming in real time as much as you can. Beyond that, there's a lot of content. We'll do our best to make it easy for you to enjoy without thinking too much. Thank you for continued support. Holy moly, that was one long interview. And the fact that there's still 2 more means we should probably split this into at least one other video. There's a good chance that the next interviews will have very similar information. So if I release a second video, it means that I thought there was something in the other 2 interviews that was worth going over that wasn't covered here. But the way that these interviews work is it's a roundtable format where Yoshi-P is at the center, and then these 3 websites normally all attend at the same exact time, and then they just take turns asking questions. So sometimes the information is very overlapped, and they talk more about what Yoshi-P is saying and less about what each individual platform has actually asked. So I'm going to wrap this video here, and if there's a second one, it's because I thought there was something else in the other video interviews that was worth going over, so I'll glance at those real quick. But anyway, thanks for watching this video. If you enjoyed my Final Fantasy XIV coverage or any of the content on the channel, be sure to like, subscribe, and consider becoming a member on YouTube or coming over to the Twitch stream and using your Prime sub or subscribing over there as well. Greatly supports the channel, and I do live stream every day on both YouTube and Twitch anyway, so you can always come by and use my emotes, which is always a good time. Anyway, with that, I'm going to get back to actually paying attention to my live stream viewers while I see if there's a second video to record here. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care. All right, let me get that going before I look at the other things, because otherwise I'm going to have to do a lot all at once. Yeah, Spanish version would be very, very important. Very, very important. And there is a live letter tomorrow too. Yes, I will be co-streaming that on YouTube and Twitch bright and early. Right, I gotta turn on my. Hold on, let me do this. I forgot. I have to turn back on my like JavaScript and everything. I was trying to do everything and it was like, sir, you literally your entire browser has been disabled. Very, very important. Shut up, Happy. Shut the fuck up, Happy. And I do live stream. See you all in the next one. Until then, take care. Hello, KP. All sitting in on the same exact interview. Let's get to. I've been a week before. Hey, everyone. Hey, everyone. Shut the fuck up. All right, let's get that going. Good morning, Avelia. They've been doing a lot more of those subscription sales for Twitch. This is the second one. Like, I don't even have to run mine if they're going to keep running them. I guess they technically don't say anything, so. What? March 11th, they announced the new Twitch gift sub experiment? That's really strange. It's a feature called Gift 'em All. It gifts a sub to every eligible viewer who are both following and not currently subscribed. Some people have access to that? That's dangerous. That could be a lot of people. You know what I mean? It better tell you how many there are. What the fuck? All right, so I'm going to download that and get it uploading. That's dangerous. Also, only random users have it. What are the odds you pick a random user who's got that kind of money lying around? Yeah, it's on their JP Twitter. The JP Twitter has all 3 of the interviews. Here. The official Twitter at that. A 1,000 gifted wasn't enough. Damn, when even 1,000 gifted isn't enough. Oh, I don't know. Like, can you use that link? I mean, it's on. It's that has a link in it. I don't know if you could just see it at the bottom or if you need the actual link. Ugh. All right, let's get this. Let's get video number 1 uploaded. Let me see if I need the next ocean fishing boat, by the way. It's a stone scale boat. I need the next boat. I need to get on the next boat. That's in an hour. That one's gotta happen. That's a fucking stone scale boat. Well, I mean, they're all in one place. Literally, the link has all 3 of, like, they officially tweeted it out. Okay. What are you going off about, Crystal? Can you chill, or do I have to ban you? Get over yourself, Jesus. This isn't about you. Let's see here. Why does it always go top chat? Yeah, dude, YouTube chat's weird. You know what's interesting, too? Wait, that might be... Oh, no, it's in the second chat. That's why. I was trying to figure out, like, why can't I see it? Let's see here. Yeah, we'll do the second interview here in just a minute. You literally have no idea any more than anyone else does. I'm just going to remove you. Anyone who thinks they are any more intelligent or any more informed about where we're going next and isn't just one of like 3 things that you subscribe to more than the other 2 is not someone worth listening to. Nobody knows where we're going next. Nobody knows. People have wishes. Not a single person knows where we're going next. There are plenty of context clues for like several different things, which is, by the way, intentional. It's Vanadil, clearly. With the 11 raid, it's obvious. Yeah, Mara City is the one thing that he seems to imply we're not going to next. Because a few, like, what was it, in like 7.3-ish interviews? I think he said a lot of people are expecting us to go to Mara City, but it might be a while. He had said something like that. Obviously, that's... Nobody knows. He could just be lying to our faces. But either way. That's clear. Yeah, that's very clearly by design. Anyway, that person's annoying. So let's go back and do this. Now I don't have to see it anymore. Haparino, hi. All right, let me get this uploaded. And then we can look at the other interviews real quick. It has been a while since he said that, so maybe we are going. True. No, we're not going to Vegas. No more going to Vegas. I do remember that, Lucifax. I do remember that. All right, let me grab... Is this the Famitsu one? Here we go. Let me just peek through it real quick. Because I read the overview, and honestly, it sounds very similar to the other ones. It's about the artwork, fan festival. Sophie's sending me an image of something. It's of a cat. You mean Blind Frost? Bifrost is very different. Unless you mean an actual Bifrost, and that's how we travel to the other dimensions. True. And since this is Clidius. Yeah, I mean, this looks almost identical. Like, there's a little bit that's different. Yeah, but the ultimate statement's the same thing we've already been told, like, multiple times. Where people, like, it's chaos, to not expect chaos, the expected. Chaos, the meta part. Chaos. But I'm still going to expect the expected.
With Prime.
There's a couple of other things, but a lot of it is almost identical. Yeah, here's Bastuk not being mentioned again. Impressive landmark. Many 11 players were expecting the appearance of the White Gate would mean there would be battles reproduced in Besieged, it looks like. Yeah, there's Besieged. Then it talks about Shantoto's magic. I know about that one. All right. I think we'll just go for it at this point. We'll start recording. If I don't feel like it's worth it, we won't release it. I'm already uploading the other video at the moment anyway. That's going to take about 10 minutes. So, all right. Let me go back. And we can look at the other ones. Hey everyone, Mr. Happy here, back with the second video. I was gonna maybe include all these interviews in one video, and then I started recording the first one, and it took like almost an hour. So I'm gonna do my best to kind of blitz through the Q&A of the other two interviews in this video, but there are 3 JP interviews that were put out this morning, the day before the live letter, for Final Fantasy XIV teasing. Thanks for FanFest, teasing Ultimate, Beastmaster, etc., etc. There's definitely a few different questions in this one, but if there's any question that's very similar to my first video, which you can go check out at any point, which was the 4Gamer interview, I believe, then we're going to speed right past those, and I won't have too much to say. But we've got a lot to do, and I've got an ocean fishing boat to get to in 58 minutes, so let's get to it. So this is the Famitsu interview, which does its usual introduction about the 91st producer live letter that's coming up. And again, to the Q&A, this is about the concept of the patch title and the art. They covered that pretty extensively in the last one. We know that, for example, they have way I have it structured is we're going to have FanFest, then 7.5 Part 1, then European FanFest, and 7.5 Part 2. And to think of that as 4 main quests in a way, as a means of understanding and setting up where we're going next. Curious about the heaven in the title. Heaven, I wonder, is heaven simply translated as heaven? Let's see. Yeah, basically saying, does heaven always mean actual heaven? You know, it's just kind of a thing. I'm itching to talk about various things, but I can't. It'll all flow through April. In the Endwalker finale, 6.55 kind of was all of our setup for Dawn Trail. Tried to get rid of this, tried to finish up the 0 spot and move into Dawn Trail, so the setup wasn't good. They covered that in the last one. Scheduled to release. Yeah, it looks like you can enjoy the content of the main story. In terms of the Image North American Fan Fest, like Main Quest Part 0, yeah, so that's in line with what he said before. You can experience how it will lead into the next experience. I think the fun of playing online games in real time is I dare to tell you the information first to predict how it will lead from there. So I prepared a variety of gimmicks. Keep an eye out for the Fan Festival keynote. By the way, will the Instance Dungeon, the Clidius, and Enuo be a part of the main story? They talked about it in the other one. Of course they will. First 4 letters of the name hidden unlike usual is just to prevent story spoilers. Rather than spoilers, correct to say I want people to play without preconceived notions. Many people play online games tend to control expectations in a negative direction. Said something very similar in the previous one. Short, many of you think if you don't expect too much, you'll enjoy it as a result. It's more enjoyable if you keep your expectations low. Yeah, I wish I didn't have to, but in this day and age, as he says, you kind of have to. And those are all posted on social media. Yes, he also said this exact thing in the other one. If people haven't played the game after the actual content implementation may see the posts of the lower content in the past. Before I thought about these 4 characters, talking about the 4 characters that are actually in the artwork, wanted to make sure the expected value did not go in a negative direction, so I thought I would keep it hidden until it was released. Thought about changing the word itself. Oh, well, actually, no, I guess in Japanese, the first 4 letters of that are actually just straight up hidden. Interesting. If you turn it over, do you mean you can imagine various things from these 4 letters? On the contrary, I think I can only imagine one thing. However, the actual content will differ from what you expect, so it's hidden. What was the most surprising was that Enuo is, you know, he's a hidden boss Final Fantasy V. Why is he a part of this? The nuances of the original work are well included. If you actually play it, you'll be able to experience it. Made the focus of reproducing the original. The part of why Enuo was chosen is not strange. If you look at the content of the quest, you will understand it directly. How do you feel about the polls? Talking about like polls, like, is it just a weird translation and it means like, you know, voting polls? It's become quite battle-oriented. It has become quite a battle-oriented poll. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure I understand. Oh, maybe he's talking about like the structures of MMOs. He has talked about that before, like the different pillars more specifically. Or it's talking about extremes. I don't know. Either way, I think he might just be talking about the battle itself. In extreme content is the number of totems 2 again. Yes, 2 totems per battle for Enuo. Cool. After 8.0, we're planning to change the concept of totems and other concepts in various ways. For that reason, we're releasing 2 this time. They did tease this in a previous interview/live letter that the totem system probably needs to be redone entirely, among other things as well. So consider this a reconfirmation that they are indeed still doing that. It could just be that it's like they stopped doing 2 and they just start making everything worth 50. They could actually start making them not take up inventory spots too. Anything could happen. This is the Final Fantasy XI finale. Once again, just like in the other interview, asking, where's Bastuk? And he pretty much goes over the same thing. Everyone's got their own memories. You know, we thought about the 3 kingdoms, but we really don't want to not include Juno. Yeah, so it's kind of the same thing. This person also acknowledges something I said in that Bastuk doesn't, it's really more of an urban feel. It doesn't really have that grandiose to it. So I think that this, again, I think that it's just not a great location. We see Heaven's Tower and Winder, so this is talking about that. Recreated the Great Tree of Stars, Heaven's Tower. Rather than choosing it as a country or region, I felt like it picked it up and produced things that left a strong impression, and the Heaven's Tower definitely did. It was think of it as a landmark rather than a country. It was a impressive screenshot of the Atorgan Hakumun. Oh, that's Ot-Urgon Whitegate, I believe. It was a bit more in-depth because I wanted to reproduce this core part of 11 scenario to some extent, and the part that leads to the abyss in the story. Not only in the field, but also the bosses that appear. Therefore, the Ot-Urgon Whitegate is also a form that was adopted from picking up the parts that left an impression. Yeah, Ot-Urgon Whitegate was Juno too. Like, it was enormous. Like, it was a city-state that broke where people AFK'd and did their content for a lot of people. So it was very important. I have many impressions that 11 players were expecting the appearance of Whitegate would mean the battles reproduced by... This is Vishishi. It's actually called Besieged. It's basically a city defense mode where you have to stop them from taking the astral Candescence, I think is what it was called. Candescence. And yeah, so that's what they're saying. There are many 11 players in the development team, so we tried to create a Visage-like element with enthusiasm. When we put together a tentative assembly, it turned out to be something different. It's because 11's Visage is a game where you engage in large-scale battles while being driven by a sense of impatience and the battle speed unique to 11, combined with the strength of each enemy. However, 14 has a content tempo unique to 14. Basically saying, like, capturing Besiege is kind of tough in 14, but all the same. I think the highlight of her skills is not just about reproducibility, but about how to reproduce and incorporate it into 14. Fair. It's not just about recreating. It's important whether it's interesting within the context of 14. Yeah, I mean, you could probably make it work, but in reality, like, randomly getting one shot in 14 because enemies won't load in, or you just have enemies that, even though you vastly outnumber them, they just are monstrously... Besieged is a very particular type of beast. If I don't get one shot randomly by monsters that I can't see and abilities aren't working, it's not Besieged as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, basically by it not working, it works. And we don't think that necessarily works here. In the PLL, the background screenshots of Shantoto were released. Shantoto's appeared in 14 as part of the seasonal event, or the limited time event, but I wonder how she will be drawn this time. And according to this, it will be a battle with her. In the Black Mage job quest, the name Shatoto appears, although it is not Shantoto. As it comes from, Shantoto is a super great archmage, and even if she were recreated as a remnant of Echoes in Echoes of Vana'diel, our interpretation that she will probably transcend even that concept. I completely agree. Listen, if Aeldnarch and Camlanot were self-aware of what they were and where they were and what they were doing in the process, Shantoto would be way beyond both of them. So yeah, she would be able to use the Eorzea's magic system in no time. Yeah, she does have ley lines in the... I assume that was just her magic casting, but she might have ley lines. Happy we could actually experience this place in a very difficult way. There's a scene at the end of the previous story where Surreal Jaw said if there's a god in this world, there would be no shortage. Speaking of the gods of Vana'diel, in addition to the goddess Altana and the male god Promethea, various gods such as Odin and Alexander appear. We'll be looking forward to playing which gods will appear. That part is really the climactic part, so I hope you'll actually play it. We have received a very warm response since its release. 11 has shown its excitement with character creation restrictions. Yeah, we talked about this in the other one. I'm going to reproduce it so far. As I've talked about before, the two teams, 11 and 14, are working together. Yeah. Okay, so basically just said, yes, there will be gods. Good luck. I mean, in all honesty, we might see some of the gods as trash pulls even. I know that's a little anticlimactic to imagine like Ifrit or Shiva from 11 being a trash pull. They could also, in reality, do Carbuncle as a boss. There is a version of Carbuncle where he brings the 6 celestial. It's been a while. I think he's a terrestrial avatar. Yes. So he brings 6 of the celestial avatars to the fight, and that's in the Full Moon Fountain where Fenrir is. So it's possible that they managed to do it with a Carbuncle fight of some kind. That would be completely logical to see a Carbuncle fight that includes the 6 other avatars. Wouldn't be too surprised. I think there's equipment provided as a reward that is various equipment from 11. Yes, so we've already seen the equipment as a tail, so the back design of the leg armor is different, but this is also reproduced. The Makote has been adjusted to look similar to the Mithra when worn. Mr. Yoshida talked about the excitement on the 11 side. I can feel the influence quite a bit. I have the impression the number of people who stream 11 play has increased considerably. Yeah, there's definitely been an increase in all that, and it's been a good trend for the 11 side. I won't be surprised if they do another 11 like story, maybe not a paid expansion, but like another story like Voracious Resurgence, which was a great story, mind you, one of their better ones. It just bit of a pain to get through, in all honesty. The prediction for the next ultimate is it might be better to not be pulled from the recent pattern. So this is going directly against what I usually have to say. We have a mostly strict pattern with ultimates that has only ever been skipped with one thing, and that was Stormblood's MSQ. We go Raid Series, MSQ, go up an expansion, Raid Series, MSQ. That has been 100% the case, except when they skipped Stormblood's MSQ. He did say that it might surprise people what the next ultimate is. He said that it would be very meta, was the key word that people use. But I've still been holding on to the Hades Warrior of Light thing. We know they recorded voice lines at the very least. And odds are it's voice lines for characters that already have voices and not characters who don't have voices. So that's why Hades and Warrior of Light, at the very least, fairly expected. But there's, of course, people looking at, let's say, the fact that, what's his face? We have La Brea. Like, what, don't we want all three of the Unsundered together for a fight? What if they banded together? But then, doesn't that kind of affect the eventual Pandemonium Ultimate? Because La Brea plays a big part in that. That's the tough thing. So it could just be that it's breaking patterns slightly to include more, as opposed to sticking to strictly characters that were present in a point in time. Details of the next raid were not revealed, but I think many players are interested. Could you give me a hint? Please list one thing that you imagine this is it. I will only answer whether it is right or not. That's crazy. New pattern. There are countless options, but assuming the motif is different from the story bosses, how about the Tale of the Four Beasts? So I want that. That's the Four Lords. I would love that. I've said in recent video, that's the one I want most. Wow, I missed. I was a little nervous. No, so yeah, it's not the Four Lords. By the way, the reason I'm pulling the answer is not because of the delay in implementation. The release date has already been decided. We have reached the stage of final adjustments, but since a fan festival will be held, I would like to announce the information there. Rather than releasing the title too early, I would like to let more people know the specific content by having them see a little bit of what actually works at the same time as the announcement. That sounds like it's in the development panel then, and maybe not the keynote, unless he says separately here. By the way, does the fact that Mr. Yoshida asked the question in reverse mean that it is a great raid of motifs that you don't usually think of? What is that? You may feel that you are here. Ultimate raids have always been rich in variety, so it may be better not to be drawn to recent expectations. Next, I'd like to ask about the Occult Crescent Northern Expedition. New fields we added. The upper limit of knowledge level will be lifted. How many support drops will be added? 8. For support drops, there will be a final number in addition. Ninja, Black Mage, White Mage, Dragoon, and other 8 iconic jobs released. Yeah, we've seen the new jobs. We saw them in the last live letter. Necromancer will be a pretty unusual support job. Yeah. As for the content, what do you think it will be like compared to the Southern Expedition? The concept of exploration content is there are unique leveling elements, and you can only mess up on that island. Or you can, mess with things. You can change your gameplay style on that island a lot. The Northern Expedition basically follows that, and the fundamentals of play have not changed. Top of that, I think the fun of what you can do with the support jobs is attractive, so I make it interesting no matter which support job is added. Of course, all the improvements in playability and ease of play after receiving feedback from the previous episode are included in the Northern Expedition edition. That's obviously talking about Fork Tower Magic, where there will be a normal mode. What are conditions for entering? It's a condition that you have to completed the South Isle 7.25 to its end, which allow you to do the introduction quest to the northern part of the island. There's no requirement for knowledge level, so long as you progress through the quest, you'll be fine. Heard that the new Fork Tower of Magic is available in 2 levels of difficulty, but do you have the image that is hard about the same level of difficulty as the previous one? As much as there's a normal difficulty, the difficulty level for hard is set to be higher than last time. So I don't know if that's just like, if it's higher, or it's because there's more support jobs, there's more like finesse that goes into it. On the other hand, as for normal, it is also conditioned for clearing quests, so you can clear it without rushing in. Yeah, so it's going to be required to finish the story, basically. You can clear it solo, depending on the development status of the support job. Wait, you can clear it solo? Huh? Are they saying if you brought the right support job, you could actually do it alone? That would be... I mean, to be fair, you can do Dalriada and Castrum with very few people. Solo's rough. I don't think either of them is doable solo because of the very first section. But interesting. I think you can enjoy it without any problems, even if the various support jobs have not reached their max. So the normal is content you visit as part of the story. That's right. By the way, both normal and hard have a mechanism with the boss's HP is adjusted, shows the number of people. That's normal. Dalriada and Castrum did that as well. Normal also has gimmicks that you have never seen before, but there are no resuscitation restrictions in normal. Hope you can take on the challenge of reviving repeatedly when you see it for the first time. As for the hardware, you will need at least 12 people to clear. Oh, well then, I don't know. Maybe he's just saying you could solo queue into it here. Who knows? As for the hardware, the raid, you will need at least 12 people to clear it, including the composition along the way. There's a growth. Oh, as for the hard version, you need at least 12 people to clear it. Yeah. Including the composition along the way. There's also a growth element for equipment this time, so please train your support jobs and equipment to take on the challenge. That will make the attack more advantageous. That's just like that's like normal exploration stuff. If the map is different between normal and hard, there will be a difference in experience, so the location itself is the same. However, we also have hard-only routes and hard-only mystery solving, saying there won't be any big puzzles in normal mode. As for the difficulty level, as similar to the Fork Tower of Blood, I think you'll have to proceed through various trials and errors first. Yeah, you're going to have to mess up a bunch of times. By the way, after strengthening your character in the Northern Expedition, is it possible to return to the Southern Expedition and challenge with a small number of people? Of course you can. I think it would be a good idea to train your character in the Northern Expedition and try to challenge the Fort Tower blood again. If it is still difficult to clear or it is difficult to gather the number of people, I think there's a possibility we will make adjustments in the future based on feedback from everyone and data. There are Discords that will make that doable still. I mean, making changes in that regard would still probably be nice, but the Discords will keep that alive for considerable time. The Fighting Beast... So, this is Beastmaster. I don't know that we need to go over this. The other interview went over this in such detail that... I don't know that we really need to get into the fun of catching monsters, collecting them, filling the encyclopedia is similar to Blue Magic. In the case of Beastmaster, the main factor is to make the monsters you have faced so far friends, so we focus on how to collect them. Even if you have a beast as a companion, you'll feel unsatisfied if it is a specification that can only be summoned in certain content. That's why we make it possible to call it even in the public field, so people can enjoy taking that monster with me. This is the clear difference. Yeah, so they want to make sure. That's important because with the way the whistles work, it makes it sound like you don't really ever have 3 monsters out at once. It sounds like basically when you whistle one, another one comes out, and you want to rotate between which ones are whistled out at any given time. It's certainly easy to understand from the outside. Naturally, the original monsters were created with model data and animations without thinking about taking them around. However, if you can only make monsters that meet certain regulations, your friends, your options will be narrowed. Therefore, existing monsters are also adjusted or remade according to the implementation of Beastmaster. I like hearing that. You're also working on the... Oh my god! In addition, you have prepared a special content called The Crucible, which is necessary to complete the story of the job quest. They said the element of raising monsters is to clear this. Okay, so maybe you are just taking all your... I'm still confused about how the actual progression is going to work. By the way, the Crucible can be said to be a simulation RPG within 14. It is content that can be said to be completely an independent RPG using 14's battle system. Since you can enjoy it as a different game from the original 14, if you were to give it a title, would it be Final Fantasy 14 Monsters? It'd be nice if we could even mix it. This will be an element that we prepared with an initial implementation for Beastmaster, but there will be an opinion in future feedback that I want to have the monsters I raised fight each other. It's Pokemon time. And also, my camera died, but I'm going to fix that mid-recording. Happens all the time on the live stream. Sorry, on the video side. Ugh. All the same. It's a good thing it froze when I was literally about to make a face that was stand still. Because it sounds like he's open to the idea of a Pokemon equivalent, which is funny because that's what I was saying they should do pretty much this entire time. I was like, man, Beastmaster should just be Pokemon, and it sounds like they are very open to that idea. Rather than leaning on existing content, do you like to become more and more unique and interesting content? As for the Beastmaster, I think it's okay in that direction. Dude, I'm very okay with that. How exactly do Beastmasters fight? Beastmaster is capped at 50 and there are 50 monsters. As the job level increases, the beast user himself learns the action just like other normal jobs. In the process, he can memorize the actions of 3 whistles and set monsters he captures on each whistle. And when you battle, first fight in conjunction with the monster summoned by a whistle of 1, then summon the monster whistle of 2 to change the combo route. That's the image. If the enemy you are facing launches an attack can be interrupted, set a monster that has the ability to interrupt. Yeah, so this is similar to what they said before. Create a combination of skills between yourself and the beasts. And you can finally use a specific attribute to produce even more great moves, and the rotation may change depending on the monster you summoned. Yeah, very curious to see how that works in Essence, because we've been told that many times at this point. I think the story conveys you can play like never before. As a job, it's very complete. I think it's interesting to touch it normally. I feel that it's become a cohesive group that makes you want to use it for normal raids. Stop saying things like that. You're going to make people more upset it's a limited job. I think it can be used for the latest content because the upper level is 50, but is it possible to challenge existing content like Blue Mage? You can think of it as exactly the same specification as Blue Mage. Of course, you can challenge various content by using the restriction, lifting, and party recruitment functions. In addition, the Blue Mage had the image of using a blunt action that's not found in a normal job, but on the other hand, I think that Beastmaster will feel like fighting with a direct attack. Rather than going on a rampage with existing content, you feel that the Crucible, the dedicated content itself, is the focus. Yes. Rather than exclusive content, it is an image that is incorporated into play of the job itself. In the Crucible, there is a stage called Stage 0 where you take on the challenge in order to clear the job quest. And finally, the challenge of the final boss in the scenario. There are many enemies, and there are also variants of previous dungeon bosses. Clear all of these, you'll be able to challenge the hard difficulty, and if you clear all of hard, you'll also be able to increase the difficulty even more. Yeah, I mean, it does, again, sound like they're doing Ascensions, like they do in Slay the Spire. It seems to be worth doing. I think there are people who are satisfied with just job quests. There are people who want to do it thoroughly. Yeah, I'm going to definitely be doing it thoroughly. Additionally, we have prepared various elements such as passive items and baits that are only effective in the Crucible. In addition, during the challenge of the Crucible, the HP of both the Beastmaster himself and the fellow beasts will not be naturally restored. We wondered this because of the rest points, if they were going to do that, and that is the hard confirmation. It is important to choose a monster to rest in the tent in the content. Think about how to use a potion dedicated to the content. Even let's strengthen this place by feeding this bait and forcibly breaking through. It's a game that makes full use of your beasts and makes full use of the shops, tents, passive items, etc. on the board. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Okay. Again, that is just like what I would normally expect from a roguelike. It's just not how 14 normally works, and we had no hard confirmation of it yet. It's perceived that Beastmaster is basically a job you can enjoy solo. Yes, Crucible is content that can only be challenged solo, so it's basically a limited job that can be enjoyed solo. Of course, you can form a Beastmaster party to challenge existing content. Doesn't mean you can only do it solo. When you catch a monster, can you form a party to catch it? When catching a monster, of course, you can do it in a party, and the decision to catch is made by each player. Like, it's also an easy to understand if you imagine the same construction as Blue Mage. There are several monsters that can be captured in the dungeon, but you can form a party and capture them together, or you can capture them solo. In addition, you can get a reward from clearing quests and clearing difficult solo content to summon strong monsters as a reward. And the 50 monsters that will be implemented this time can be captured without Okay, so this is a little conflicting, because the other one was talking about catching the Alliance raid. It sounds like the Behemoth is a reward from the Crucible and from the job quest, or you can go catch it from the Alliance raid. So that's what it now I think now we're putting the picture together a little bit better here. So that is much better, because it started to sound like you needed to form parties for certain things from the other interview. No, okay. They've got that covered too. It can be done completely solo if that's what you prefer, and it's made to be done that way. I think there are some monsters that be caught faster if you form a party, but we make it so even those who want to stick solo can play it. I hope you can enjoy it freely. All right, at FanFest, the future of 14 will also be talked about. The keynote is 45 minutes longer than the usual keynote. Worth saying. Plan to implement the ultimate raid. Oh, as for content after 7.51. Now, again, this could be a translation issue. We plan to implement the ultimate raid, Beastmaster, Cosmic Exploration Finale, Hildibrand, and the unreleased Gold Saucer content. They will be released in 7.51. Okay, well, there you go. Yeah, it was translation. Think you'll be able to play them for a long time. As for the specific timeline, we will announce that at Fan Festival. Okay. Raises the expectations for fan festivals. Actually, some information about the 7.5x series that is still hidden at this time. The big one is the Gold Saucer. I'm telling you, it's going to be a Final Fantasy VII collaboration for the Gold Saucer. They put the bike in there because it's going to be G-Bike. It's going to be multiplayer G-Bike. I'm calling it. I'm full of nonsense right now. But if I'm right, remember that I said it. In previous FanFest, Mr. Yoshida said that you want to enjoy both large-scale real events and in-game patches at the same time, but is it the same this time? It's really hard because there are only so many things I can talk about before Fan Festival. I strongly recommend the 7.5x period more than ever. All right, please tell us about the highlights of Fan Festival for each of them. I would like to give the keynote speech at Fan Festival a slightly different atmosphere. I'm going to talk a little bit more about 14 in the future. I'm going to talk about 14 in the future. To God, I hate Google Translate, man. In particular, the keynote speech in North America was 7.5 has not been released, but you're giving out this information? There's that part. Oh my God! I love that. Regardless of the expansion package, I want to release everything that I want to do in the future of 14. On top of that, we will dig deeper into those details at fan festivals at Europe and beyond. When it comes to the first fan festival, the main thing would be the unveiling of the next expansion. This time, it doesn't stop there. We'll announce more big stories and mechanisms. I plan to meet 100% of the expectations of everyone at the usual fan festival, but please expect that it's not the only part. As a result, the keynote speech alone is too much information, and it will take about 5 hours to talk about everything on the spot. Therefore, I would like to present the overall direction in North America first, while dividing the in-depth by explaining only the elements and concepts that will be delved into at some extent, and explaining them in detail. I mean, that's how all the North American Fan Fest have worked. We get the basic stuff, everyone else gets the more in-detail stuff. As I mentioned at the beginning, North America keynote corresponds to the main quest part 0 for patch 7.5. A few days later, 7.5 will be released in Europe. Okay, yeah, we know this detail. Feels like the real event and game are linked. I'm prepared for the media tour from now on. Hope everyone will enjoy the live performance. Of course, there are time differences between fan festivals, but I hope that people gathered at the venue and the stream will make lively comments and experience excitement together. Even if you don't go to the venue, it's worth watching the live stream more than ever, especially because you can buy tickets for the concerts this time. Let's see. Rather than checking the fragments, for this purpose, we plan to use the actual machine to announce a certain mechanism. Get the whole thing. The actual. What do you mean? Suddenly, the actual machine. So the keynote speech alone would be too long. I'm thinking of entrusting the details to the the development panel. Oh, okay, yeah. So the development panel sounds like it's Keynote Part 2. It says, under development, the UI is still only a debug. I like to look at the whole thing. For this purpose, I use the actual machine. I'm very confused. It's under development. Oh, the actual machine. He means the game. It was like, that's it. He's talking about the game. It's much rougher than the actual machine instructions so far, but it's easier to imagine if there's something that moves. And since it's Fan Festival, let's do what we can to tell you as much as possible. Looking forward to that more and more. Old 14, I've been talking about it since then, but I think MMOs are games that are played in anticipation of the future. Now, this time I would be happy if you could raise your expectations for the future as much as possible and play the present while looking forward to it. By the way, while announcing the future, there may be some things that make you feel, does that mean this will disappear? It may be said that this change is close to a rebirth. No, I think it's too much to say that it's a new life. A new birth in New Eorzea, a realm reborn, completely recreated from the client. So you don't want to call this a second new life. However, there may be some similarities and nuance. I think the patch 7.5 series will be developed in such a situation and is an update that allows you to look forward to the future and play the present. As such, we'll prepare a lot of content, release it intermittently, and I hope you can enjoy playing as usual while looking forward to the future. And then this is just a reminder that FanFest will be streamed. Okay, so that's interview number 2. We got through that one in 20-something minutes. So let's really quickly look at the Gamewatch interview and see if there's anything that's like that we really need to look at and see that's considerably different. It does start with talking about Helmarit, which I don't want to get into too deeply because I imagine that it's going to be, we're going to see her in just like a week and a half. Like I'm excited to see that bit. But this is talking about the Heavens title again, which he said is like, does that mean the actual heaven or what does that actually mean? Then talks about Helmarit and how people are looking forward to more Helmarit and how the response to Helmarit has been very positive on social media. Please stop looking at social media, Yoshi-P, you're scaring me. She's become a very popular character globally. It helps. I mean, Nina Indus also for the English voice, the voice of what's her? Oh God, hold on. I need my sip of coffee. I'll get there. Benedicta. Thank you. My brain. It's not been great as of late. Voice of Benedicta. Very much enjoyed. I actually didn't pick up on it immediately, but my chat did. I was cautious about reintroducing characters connected to the Ascian rather than Helmarit. Main story, the identities of all the Ascians have not been revealed. I want to avoid drawing away that would people think the original Ascian is gone, even though the original Ascian is gone after a major break in the story of Dawn Trail. Helmarit is expressed as a character whose tone, gestures, and emotions are quite different from all the original Ascians. The main members of the Ancients are very popular, so I was both excited and scared to see how she would be accepted. She is not one of the OGs. In other words, there's a characterized by not being an ancient person before the division of the world. There are not many episodes yet, but I feel that we have received a very good initial response to her. Will she become a key character? Yes. Calix mentioned he was dressed in an old-fashioned way, but is there foreshadowing here? Or is it just design? There's a reason. I'll refrain from giving any details. As a fan, it's a very curious point, but will Helmarit be an ally? The definition of ally changes. I mean, Emmett's an ally at one point, Vana, who becomes Hydaelyn. You have Emmett Selk. You have Laha Brea. All hope for the survival and rebirth of humanity. It's largely a difference in perspective. I understand. Will you reveal more details about the new reason that Helmarit spoke to at the end of 7.4 at the upcoming fan festival? I won't touch, it's before the release of 7.5, so I won't spoil it. You'll find out right when you play 7.5, and I don't tend to drag on this word for too long. But it's about the next great trial or goal, basically the next main story. Okay. He said that you were cautious about the reappearance of Ascians, while Ascians continue to be involved in the center of the story after patch 7.5. It's not the center, but there is the planet of Aetheris, and the Ancients are active. The world is divided, and the Ancients' secret activities are connected to the present. Therefore, one of the indispensable elements of existence is the position of the Ascian. This is because he has various influences on the past. Organization names such as Preservation and Winterer have already appeared. Ascian is also one of the big cogs in the world structure. In the Hydaelyn and Zodiac arc, we have depicted the clash between two factions that originated from Ancient, so instead of redrawing the confrontational structure of light and darkness, a different approach will be the main axis. Glad to hear it. Please tell us what to see in the main story and what you want us to pay attention to. This is just talking about how, there's going to be a lot more setup again. And how it's like that multiple main quests with FanFests and whatnot. Geralt and Rowena don't seem to be leaving yet. Let's see. Next, I'd like to ask you about the Northern Horns. It's exploration, a big change. It's an unknown island. It's got a big change from the southern location. This map is built from scratch. It's just an area expansion, but a new area created from scratch. It doesn't just feel like more of the South Horn, which we see in the image. It looks really good. I mean, it'll be the same size. I think it's okay to think of it as about the same size of the Southern Expedition. That makes sense. Difference between normal and hard. We know the difference. They also covered this in the other interview. It's possible to attack with even a small number of players, yet the normal mode will scale based on the number of people. And then for the hard mode version, you need at least 12 people, and you need the correct support jobs to beat it. We had that from the previous interview. Are there any plans to add normal difficulty to the existing one? There are no plans at the moment, but it's because it's not mandatory. However, with the addition of support jobs, players will be further strengthened, so it'll probably be possible to go back. Yeah, and they said in the other interview they might go back and make more adjustments if they feel like people aren't doing that content enough to make it so it doesn't get lost to time. The phantom weapons in their current form will be separated this time. What kind of form do you envision next time and beyond? Please refrain from going into details. We plan to inform you in various announcements in the future. Weapon enhancement content was introduced in the first generation of MMO-like elements to becoming stronger as you spend time as an option for play since the launch of 14. However, with the increasing number of jobs and the importance of disposable time, we feel the current format has reached its limit. There is a strong gap between the opinion that the difficulty level is low and the opinion is that the burden is too great. I think it is time to review the whole thing when we return to the original intention, the fun of developing weapons and armor for characters. In the future, we would like to present new forms of weapon and armor enhancement play and mechanics. So for the time being, we'll be taking a break from enhancing weapons in the current format. So yeah, the entire way we're doing the relic isn't happening in 8.0. This whole, like, you know, go grind out a bunch of objectives and spend a bunch of time. It seems like they're saying there's just too many jobs to balance the way that that's done at this point and make it so that the entire initial focus of it was good. We have been told this already that they would change, but this is a bit more elaborated of a message saying that it just doesn't make sense like anymore. And that we just need to focus on the original intention of the fun of developing weapons and armor for characters. More forms of weapon and armor enhancement, play, and mechanics coming in the future. So we will remember that statement when if I ever have to pay 1,500 tomes for a relic weapon again. I'll remember this statement. It will never leave my mind. So I hope you understand what you've done, Yoshi-P. Will your relationship with Geralt be cut off? He's a reluctant character. I can't help but feel like he appears in a different form. The relationship between Rowena and Geralt has been going on for a long time. I think there's a subquest in a sense. Will there be a break there? When Mr. Matsuno made Save the Queen, I haven't talked about what it was like to meet Geralt and Rowena since he stepped into drawing it, but since they are two characters, I think they will probably be involved in some way. It's a shame that Geralt has been making weapons all this time. I also have little desire to let him make other things as well. Listen, the kettles were great. Let him make more kettles and stuff. Maybe he could become a kettle maker. 11 is part of the PS2 that remains to the present day. Okay, just talking about the 11 raid. Tell us about the characteristics of the new areas. We've covered this in pretty big detail. Shantoto we covered in pretty big detail. Voices are also included, so please look forward to it. I wonder if they're going to have her Dissidia voice actor or not. The screenshot also includes the area of Ottergon, and then this is talking about Besieged again. So a lot of these are the same thing. Can we expect the appearance of the 5 Snakes generals? These are the 5 generals that were part of the defense of Al-Zabi in Besieged. Maybe? Probably not, though, I'm guessing. Each player has a different character they have in mind, so expectations are high. I heard there's been progress in the music as well. Yeah, there's apparently... so they didn't just make a new song for the Final Fantasy XI raid. The 11 composer, Naoshi Mizuta, wrote a new song for the Final Fantasy XI raid. That's pretty good. I really was interested to hear what Silken may have done as an original for Final Fantasy XI based raids, but it makes sense within the context of the 11 raid to have the composer actually be the one who does it. Naoshi Mizuta is a very, very talented person who has a wide variety of inspirations. They are very inspired. If I recall correctly, Mizuta actually sometimes goes and DJs at clubs. And so for Dissidia NT, when they made a remix for one of the Ottergon themes for the 4th anniversary, Mizuta actually did an EDM style version of a Final Fantasy XI theme as an expression of that musical inspiration. So Mizuta is a very, very interesting composer that has a lot of really good tracks under their belt. So I'm curious to hear what their new song will sound like. Said you were a big senior, but what do you think about the greatness of 11 at that time? For example, among all the Super Nintendo software released so far, I think Tactics Ogre is the game that masters technology, craftsman, game design, and story. But 11 is one of the best games on the PS2. I think it is a miraculous title that perfectly fuses craftsmanship and technology of the time that no one else can reach. Of course, the game part, the game that players are enthusiastic about, but for me, for many more North American MMORPG players at the time, I was strongly impressed by the threatening technical skills. Oh my god, this is a whole huge glaze section for 11. I mean, yeah, for its time... I mean, even the fact that they can still develop it to this day, they've had to make a lot of big leaps of like what they do. They were buying like black market PS2 dev kits for a while before moving over to virtual machine development, which allowed them to do a whole lot more with the game in its current state. And it also, of course, it's become a lot more modern while still definitely being very old at the same time. Textures had a strict capacity limit due to memory transfer speed problems, and the material of all parts was arranged in pixels in one texture and compressed, but the arrangement was abnormal. Of course, such a huge number of textures cannot be deployed all at once in the small memory capacity of the PS2. For this reason, there's a program called Garbage Collection. Garbage Day! That dynamically reads the contents of the memory from the hard disk and repeats endlessly, discarding unwanted items from the memory. But the Garbage Collection of 11 is a 0 parts perfection that seems to be ahead of the modern streaming technology. It's not buggy, and I've never seen such a stable garbage collection. You've clearly never seen me eat them. That's the cornerstone of design, quality, and concept of jobs to support jobs, such unique equipment on the PS2. As long as such craftsmanship, we're able to realize the game design that makes 11 interesting. It's a pretty good read. I like hearing a little bit more of that technical aspect of the way that Final Fantasy XI is put together. Shock at the time may be something special. Only those who actually came into contact with that era can understand. Even if you just look at the seams of the textures, you should be able to convey it. Did this really work on the PS2? Then we've got Beastmaster again. We covered this in pretty... big detail. Talk about the bond between Beastmaster and user. They talk about the whistles. Let's see. Since there's already an image of Beastmaster, such as Ryan, I love the Japanese to English translation of Lion being, of course, just Ryan. I'm now calling Lion. I'm calling him Ryan from now on, but spelled properly, R-Y-A-N, just like it is here. Look, it's Ryan, the King of Beasts. We decided it was better to follow that match of the worldview. Ryan Rampant. In the job quest, the reason why it is a one-handed axe comes out as the line. You can say you played completely solo. Can you capture the much souls? Yes, covered that. Is there only one much to take with you? You have the 3 whistles. We know that. Can you call them in the city? Yes, you can call them in the city. I've had some people asking me if they're concerned about that. No, I think it's great. Possibly in the future, there will be PvP content where people compete using their beasts. Asking for Pokemon again. Originally, at the planning stage, there was talk of interpersonal battles. It depends on your feedback in the future, but I would like to think about expanding the range of play. Originally, it was created to the extent that there was another game in 14, so I think there was a strong potential for development by using that environment to play another game. There are various ideas in the project, and there was also a plan to form a Gambit and have them fight. Final Fantasy XII style Gambit system. Going to see if it's fun to raise monsters that can be used as friends in the future, and whether I want content that combines what I raise to fight. It's time to drastically change the game cycle. And then this is talking about the game cycle thing. It's talking about multiple fixes related to the core of the system, the Mirage Prism, the die system. Started a lot of changes in 7.4. I decided to change my policy clearly when patch 7.2 started. In the future of 14's life cycle, social conditions, and customer hobbies, for example, the younger generation values typa. Don't know what that is. And even though the older gamers don't really have disposable time. When I looked at them, and again, as a game designer globally, I thought it was time to change. In MMOs, it is especially important to understand the fundamentals of game design called the game cycle. I'd like to make a big change there. It's difficult because it's too rapid in a major update. There's no time for everyone to prepare and it takes a lot of man hours. But you can't get there unless you plan, discuss, outline, and decide on specifications and work with the whole team to develop it. For example, changing the specifications of the Mirage Prism can be done relatively quickly once we decide to do it. So we decided to do more and more major updates that require development man hours and QA and time. As for the colorant, the dyes, even our development team has a lot of cleared bags. So we wanted our filled bags. So we wanted to do something about it. A clarant bag is it trying to translate to like they have entire retainers or saddlebags that just only have dyes in them. So we wanted to do something about it soon. I came up with various ideas such as creating a dedicated UI, but it was decided to be faster and easier to understand if I wanted to create a dedicated UI. We apply these things in all directions. We are only able to show you the scope of major updates right now, but we plan to show you what we can only do in a huge update in the future. First of all, I want you to look forward to the fan festival. I think there are naturally voices that if we continue to do it for a long time, we don't have to change anymore. But I believe that progress is what creates development, and we ourselves need to take on challenges. Yep, similar to what he said. And then finally, a message to the fans, which is basically like every other message we've had. Okay, that covers all of the interviews. Managed to squeeze 2 interviews into this one, thanks to the video we did on the first one already. A lot of exciting details. Again, even just a few sentences here or there that clarify on things from the first interview that we read. The way that it translates this versus the way it translated the other site definitely makes things a lot smoother. We have a live letter tomorrow. I will be co-streaming the live letter. And we will be getting to react to things like Beastmaster and all of that throughout most of the day. It starts at, I think, 7 a.m. Eastern. So I'm going to be up bright and early, and we're going to be schmoovin' the entire time. I gotta see if maybe Sly wants to do State of the Realm a little later tomorrow. Might need a little bit extra time. We'll see. All the same, that's going to be a wrap for my second interview video. Now all 3 interviews are done, so I can rest and go catch my ocean fishing boat. So with that, thanks for watching. If you enjoy my content, be sure to like, subscribe, and consider becoming a member on YouTube. There's nothing locked behind the membership. It's completely optional. All of my content is available for free, but it does support the channel and make it, well, easier to do what I do. And also, if you enjoy watching live streams, I do live stream on 3 different channels now. If you just want 14 streams, I'll stream that on this channel. If you want other streams, it's on my second channel. And if you just don't want to deal with 2 different YouTube channels, I always have my Twitch channel as well. So with that, I'm going to go back to paying attention to my live stream. Thanks for watching this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Until then, take care. I covered the 3rd interview. There were 2 interviews in this video. I literally went from this interview to this interview. Hi, chat. He's back. No! I got a stone scale to get to in 17 minutes. At least now, I can do this. Yep, there's a lot of stuff. And it sounds like the dev panel is basically Keynote 2. I see Sophie is online. They never said that, Miguel. The thing you've just said didn't happen. Unless you're referring to the exploration content, which is the Occult Crescent. No, it is my chicken nugget. It's funny because that chicken nugget has technically been back there this whole time. But it seems like now that I've just moved it over slightly to the left, everyone's noticed it. I've had so many people asking about the chicken nugget. It's more prominent in view. That never happened, Miguel. They never said that. They never said that. I think you're just talking about Occult Crescent. Okay. Oh, you know what she might be doing? She might be doing... Oh, she's probably looking at houses. Hello, Kamer. Okay, let me get video number 1 out. All right, let me include... what we do... I mean, they seem to imply we are still going to get the raw deal. It's seemingly implied that's still happening. But there's just going to be a lot of, like, high-level stuff. Because they still said that we're going to get, like, the general gist of things and that they'll have even more details at the other fan fest. They did say that in that thing. Yeah, I'll be up bright and early for the live letter. Now I've got a little bit of time to get those onto YouTube. Let's do that. Let me boot up Photoshop. I've got a boat to wait for stone scale. I kind of want to do the private boat, but I kind of don't care about doing the private boat. I'd rather, honestly, like, it's a good idea, but still. Either way, they just, the more so is the thing they want to ensure the vibe of there's a lot of things coming is very prominent. No, it's Deutschboot. I don't think we're doing Deutschboot. No Deutschboot this time. All right. Got to get a thumbnail ready for this. Let's see. What image do I want? Let's refresh this one. Frontline between boats? I don't even know if I'm getting on the boat after this. I have to double check. Trying to figure out what image I want. Let me look at the patch 7.5 site and see if there's anything there I want to grab. I don't think crystalline. Unless it's an objective, I don't think crystalline conflicts does. I mean, anything could happen, but I actually doubt that, Behemoth. I'm big on doubting that one job per expansion thing for one reason only. They would never add another tank or healer to the game. Because they've stated they feel like they are obligated to release a new DPS every time they do new jobs, because DPS is the most popular role, and not just because there are more of them. Because more people vibe with, you know, not having the responsibility, you know. Well, expanding inventory space, obviously, I think you've hit the nail on the head. Expanding inventory space is very difficult. Optimizing inventory space is very possible. Okay, let me do this. Not very high, I'll be honest with you. GPS. Not super likely. I will not falsely raise your expectations. Let me make sure this video is right. Yeah. It is. Okay, 39 minutes. I thought that was longer than that, to be honest. Wait, what the heck? Oh, that's weird. All right. I don't know if she's coming to this boat or not. She's online and she's in Limsa. She is on fishing too. I get the strong feeling she's coming to Stone Scale. Hey, who knows? Dig? No? Okay. Oh, you're going to Taniwa. True, you have Stone Scale. You would never want Stone Scale. Well, high five as we get on 2 separate boats. The fish call? Woo! I feel like they do something like that in SpongeBob. It's not a fish call though. What do they call it? No, the magic conch they don't do that for. The magic conch. Do nothing. The conch has spoken. That's a good call. I'm about to shut up, Happy. This is the wrong clip. Here we go. Don't do that. Let's see. No, I did not. It slipped. Cinder Surprise slipped on me. Well, easier to be sure to the same. That's gonna be a wrap for my second interview video. Shut up, Happy. Get it over with. I can rest and go catch my ocean fishing boat. So with that, get watching. If you enjoy my content, be sure to like, subscribe. Shut up. I want to deal with 2 different YouTube, my Twitch channel. Shut up. So with that, I'm gonna go back to paying attention to my live streams. Thanks for watching this video, and I'll see you in the next one. That sound. Take care. That's not the sound I hate, at least. One. It's about the heaven in the. We're gonna speed right in this video, and then I started recording the first one, and it took. Hey everyone! Shut up! Everyone, shut up! He slipped in like the last minute for me. Bless. Thank you. Or as Dane Cook would say, I'm an atheist. Is this the second stop for me on this boat? Yes. Okay. When you die, nothing happens. What do you say when an atheist sneezes? Someone goes, achoo! You just look at them and go, when you die, nothing happens. Yeah, I did get a bite. I was told to expect, on average, 1 bite. I did indeed average 1 bite. I do have to do my supply log after this. Oh, yeah. Gotta keep up on these. I also need to do a bunch of fishing for lead quests. Yeah, I did see Shout Chat for some celebrating 1 person getting it. I saw 1 person getting somebody going, dude, fucking grats, man. Oh, okay, now I can download interview number 2 video. Kill that guy. And here's the thing. Even if you kill him and steal his fish, that doesn't mean you've caught it. It doesn't get added to your log. Scarfing Taco Bell. What are you doing? This makes me... Why do you... What? Nice chicken mask. What's going on here? Making whetstones. Is that for the craft a certain number of items? Do I even have my frog? Of course I have my frog mask with me. God damn it, I glammed over the frog mask. Oh, you need them for the actual recipes. That tracks. Let me get rid of these 10 sand eggs real quick. No, I need the short bill minnows. Give those back. I need those too. Give those back. It's a lot of whetstones. I prefer dry stones. I used to own whetstones. I used to use them on my knives. TLDR is they're going to be completely redoing the way that totems work anyway. So they figure there's no point in not just giving NUO 2 totems per kill. Please wait till FanFest, smile. You're smiling at me. So if he's trying to ask me for help and has told me a picture is being sent, which definitely means cinnamon is the problem. And I have a boat that I'm queuing into in under 60 seconds, so she might be out of luck. Cinnamon is indeed the problem. Yep. That's going to be a little hard to operate like that. That's going to be tough. Yeah, there was a lot of stuff to pull from the interviews. They were quite extensive. Everyone's going to be running around with their Beastmaster pets out all the time. Suddenly, we're Pokemon. I've got my rat tails on me. True story, I had a rat tail in high school at one point. I'm German, aren't I? God damn it. I just remembered that I'm still German. I might make... No! Turn on that one, too. I might make the second boat. Nobody rubies. True! I don't think I made the second boat either, I'm not gonna lie. I will, however, make a probably more than one other person boat. It's just going to be a wall of... Yeah, the wall of behemoths is going to be something. And she's dead. Yeah, they did, Parsi. I'm still mad. Actually, I'm happy. Time to slay a spire while you... Hey, good call. If I have to fight the queen one more time, I'm going to lose it. Every time I just hate fighting queens so much. Boss is not fun. That would truly... There's a lot of people still standing here. They're standing. They're standing. They're standing. They're standing here. Yeah, Astrologos could just be a Beastmaster arena. There you go. Just be Beastmaster pets running all over the place. How about letting my pets roam around my island sanctuary? Have a favorite? I mean, I feel like Necrobinder is the most Krizact. Well, and what's it called? Well, I guess in my experience with it, it's not really, but it feels that way when I play it. I want to like Regent the most, but I have a very hard time getting a deck together for Regent. I feel like I've got like 3 or 4 different decks I can do, and I always just get a few pieces of each because the game hates me. Alright, I am not fishing for a Spectral on this first boat. I'm just going to get stacks. If somebody... I expect someone will pull a Spectral, but I'm not going to worry about it. The toaster! When I get a good deck going with Regent, it's hilariously easy. I literally killed a boss in 2 turns. But your turn order is just so important. Oh, I didn't mean to do that, actually. It's fine. I already did it. It's done. Are you kidding me? Get out of here. I'm not going to help pull a Spectral here. I expect a current will get pulled. I will just not be the one to do it. Oh, that's not a... I can pull this. This isn't a Spectral. I don't know what it is, but it's not a Spectral. It's only a 7-second triple exclamation with no chum. I think it's a Cobra Fish? Yeah. Oh, Mr. Stone Scale. I'm also leaving this boat as soon as a Spectral is or isn't done on the second boat. I got things to do, Cobra Fish. I mean, I got things to do, Stone Scale. If you don't show up, I ain't gonna stay. I see at least a couple of other people that are also here for Stone Scale. I could see the habits. Yeah, I haven't been doing too much Slay the Spire 2, but a little bit. It's a chicken nugget. That's my lunch. That's back there for when I get hungry. Just go back there and nom. Also, I just realized I don't need... actually, no, I know what I need anglers. I only need 9, I guess, technically. Literally, anglers arts are only for more chumming for the Spectral on the next boat. They're for nothing else. Stone Scale, not a very preppable fish. Oh, right. I'm going to need another one of those. That's D in disguise. Yeah, I don't think so, Todd. No. No. Here's what we're gonna do. Which channel is that? Which channel is that? Let's see. We're gonna not allow that. Dolphins, you are not fucking doing what I think you're doing right now. I swear Dolphins have started staying only when I don't want to see spectrals occur. It's pissing me off how consistently it's happening. Every single boat I say I don't want a spectral, the Dolphins fucking show up. It is beyond become regular. It's insane. There it is. It has happened every stone scale boat for 4 stone scale boats now. Dolphins show up before. And then they don't show up on the correct boat. Well, I only get 2 minutes for stone scale, if anything, next boat. Dude, that's the thing. I just don't want to wait 15 more minutes for the private boat. I don't want to do it. But I really should. Here's the thing. If I see a spectral, it's one thing, right? I don't care if I see a spectral. Because I got on a public boat. It's not the spectral that upsets me. It is the dolphins showing up, making it more likely that upsets me. Because once they show up on a public boat, you're guaranteed to get one. There's almost no shot you're not getting one. I know, I was trying to get them when I was spamming points, just not successfully. I didn't get Seafaring Toad, Stone Scale, or Placidus during that time. But I was trying to get them. Not every single time they appeared, though. Stone Scale, I have gone for Stone Scale a lot. I know Stone Scale is kind of on a lot of high point routes is the only problem. But over the course of 3 months, definitely didn't have a non-zero number of attempts. Hey, it's my flower. That's my flower. Give it to me! Listen, I'm just trying to green log my ocean fishing boats. Why do they hate? Downloads. I think this is the new one? Yeah. I gotta get my other interview. That's 3 videos out today. Wow. Alright, Stone Scale. It time. I at least want one. I literally didn't even get an intuition on yesterday's Stone Scale boat. I just want to see 1 or 2 intuitions. 2 minutes is enough to reasonably expect 1 or 2 intuitions. Ah. Alright, everyone. I want to see a good, solid spectral current. As quickly as humanly possible. Good morning, Lucy. I want to see some good, honest fishing here. And by fishing, I mean... get a spectral current. Somebody else is resting. Somebody else is here for the same thing. I can hear a rester. That isn't me. Oh, Mr. Spectral Bass. Sir. None of you. I should really slap one of these fish. Anything. That's a lot of resets. It's too many resets. That's too many. Top of the morning, Lily. It was too many, and it's too many at any month. That's too many. Where are the dolphins? Where are they now? Yoshi-P had nice things to say about everyone. Don't worry, you only have 2 more minutes to wait. Meanwhile, in 3 minutes, I will be exiting this boat if there's no spectral. I'm gonna jump over the side. I'll slap the Chrome Hammerhead instead. That way, if I pull any other triple, it's not that triple. Again, always on the boat before, never on the boat I need. There's still time, but the longer it goes, the less hope I have. I have to go back to doing private stone scale boats. All the public stone scale boats have not been good. It's just too uncontrollable. Come on. We still have a minute of full duration possibility. I'll take any amount of duration. I just don't want to get no chances. I just wish that I could catch a spectral fish. Like, even if I don't get the current, the fact that they just hate me so much. Alright. I have the hammerhead slipped, so this should be the bass. It is. I got my wish, but I did not get the current. It was like, fine, I'll bite. No current. But I'll bite. There are no East Coast servers, JPS. That's not a thing. They're all located in California. Hell no, I ain't going to Primal. I got standards. I did move to Crystal, but that's because that's where Sophie's is. Yeah, thankfully with exit lag, I don't have any issues with my connection. I do have issues getting my connection to spectral currents is low. Don't worry, it's the end of both of us. But it feels like I'm still playing on the West Coast when I play Machinist thanks to exit lags, which you can also get by typing !exit lag and using the discount code Mr. Happy to save 50% on your first year and get a bonus 3 months free as part of their birthday bash. And goodbye. There we go. Enjoy your improved connection and your improved and more stable connection. And support the stream directly by using exit lag and using my link. And give it a free trial a spin if you want to first. Well, I did catch 2 spectral fish. They just didn't give me a current. And now I'm out of there. Oh, I think it didn't delete one of my fish. There we go. Alright. I need to do my daily stuff. Let me grab the list. Gathering, crafting, saw gathering. Okay, most of this is in Oasis. Time to go spend money. Red alert. That just means I get awesome music. Alright, I need a saw first. Then I need sandals and silk vest of gathering, boots and legs of gathering. I mean, boots and body. Boots and body. Then I need a ring of gathering and a scarf of crafting. Ring of gathering, scarf of crafting. Ring of gathering, scarf of crafting. And then I just need the maiming pants. Boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats. Puss in boots and puss in boots. Pants of maiming. And then I need all the other items. I might need to leave and go to, well, I could check the Oblos first. But I might need to leave and go to Ether for some of these. Let's see. I need grade 1 gem draught of vitality. That's usually what I end up needing to go for, is for the gem draughts. Yeah, that's not that bad. I'll just buy them here. They would be cheaper probably over there, but I'll take it. Stuffed. Oh, I think stuffed peppers were also insanely expensive here. No, that's pretty much on point. It's too bad I can't just get 2 because I have 1. Bell peppers. And Salgar. Did I keep any Salgars? I feel like I bought more Salgars. I did not. Those I'm absolutely going to have to go for. That's not bad, actually. Normally there are no Salgars here, but it's rare that I ever see them here. The turn-ins get so expensive. It's like 400k a day for me to do these turn-ins. Not the most enjoyable expenditure of my funds. Now, I know what you're thinking, but Happy, if you made them, it'd be free. That's true. And that's the only thing that's going to be true. Because the part where I make them myself will not be true. That's pretty good. That's only a few days away. Then you get to change grand companies. Oh, I guess I should spend some of my seals. Wind up Chimera. Wind up Bismarck. I'll just start using these. That sticks, yes. You can see it sticks. If you go to your currency tab and go to common, it shows you. Get that 90,000. I'm almost done with... I'm done with supply and adders, but unfortunately I was nowhere close to being done with provisioning. So I'm going to do adders provisioning last. I'm going to get the supply and provisioning done with the other ones first. Peppers. Alright, send those fuckers out on a mission. Alright. Time to start looking at fish. Steel sharks. Steel sharks have stonefly lava or a suspending minnow as their preferred bait in the Heather Falls. In the Peaks. Gotta get these leave quest fish out of the way. Use that as an excuse to just catch a handful of fish. I should keep an eye on... Blade Skipper is in 57 minutes. What else is happening? Problematicus is in 5 minutes. I swear, I hate this fish. Interesting. That is the highlight potential target option under the target setting. Highlight potential targets. Good morning, Dante. All right, time to chum all over this place. It's a long hook. What the fuck? I mean, I guess I am here for steel sharks. I wouldn't be surprised if those had a long hook time. How is this bush fishing? Oh no, this bush is infested with Lalafels. We must burn it down. I know the answer to at least one of them, Axel. Though I can tell you I've definitely seen names that are directly worse and not inferred not good. Why is this the only fish I'm catching? This is the Heather Falls, right? Dude, this can't be the only... Maybe I should get the suspending minnow. There is a live letter tomorrow. Mm-hmm. There sure do be. Okay, well, it says that the steel shark is a modest lure, shockingly enough. So, oh, it's the weather. That's why I'm not catching it. The steel shark's not available in this weather. Of course it isn't. So, tawny wench sharks it'll be then. And I'll try the weather when the weather changes. Blue bobbit or mooch? Mooch from ruby shrimp. So I need a blue bobbit for the ruby shrimp. Breamler, metal spinner, live shrimp. I'm so fucking confused. Maybe, oh, it's because you don't have to catch them mooched. It looks like. And those also have a weather condition. So let me see if I can even catch those. There's so many fucking... Why are all of the Leave Quest fish weather condition fish? Killing me here, man. Okay, at least it's the correct weather, but now I need to have the correct bait. And it looks like blue bobbit is probably the most commonly used baits. Let me see if this guy has it. He's got live shrimp, and it says that does work. However, I should consider maybe getting blue bobbits. They are a script one, of course they are. No, then there's no way. Like, blue bobbit might be preferred, but this is a level 60-something fish. There's no way that it's looking at purple script stuff. And being like, yeah, you need that. It probably is technically better. But, you know. Yeah, I'm excited. Not long now. And then what's the hook? Tawny wench shark. Sunny from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Well, we're definitely in that window. And it is a powerful hook set, so... Oh, yeah, I haven't even seen that. I might need one of the other fish here, so I might as well look. Oh, wait, it could be mooched off ruby shrimp. Hi! I see you're here. Would you like to do something? Oh, she's a chicken again. Little chickie-doo. She's here to make whetstones. As long as she's not making that sound. Or craft things for her log. I'm going to be moving around a little bit. Oh, I need 3 of these, though. I'm trying to catch my Leave Quest fish. I need to go get sea lamps. Sea lamps are stabby fished. It's funny because the Mortal Kombat trailer on the reverse side has been great, and I've been loving seeing all the Mortal Kombat stuff. But I can't really show much enthusiasm for the Street Fighter movie. Oh, that's an Usuginu octopus. which I do need to add to my fish guide. Give me shrimp. Oh, I just realized even if I get the shrimp, it's not... Yep, that was exactly what I was about to say. It's a really quick one. Maybe I can get lucky with this. I should just patience, to be honest. Or I'll get that. Yeah, let's do patience. Add. That's a good call. Little by little, making your way through. What is this thing that's biting here? 2 exclamation? 2 exclamations actually good for me, because it could just be the wench shark. Could be Dafu or glass tuna, though. Which is fine, because I do need the guide. It's also just tangential achievement work. Alright, cast that bad boy out. Hey, congratulations on level 96. Oh, hey, you're getting a bunch of finished melds, too. Or finish spirit bonds. There is an achievement for those spirit bonds. Come on, tawny wench shark. Come on, tawny wench shark. Give me a tawny wench shark. A tawny wench shark it is. Yeah, for the first few hours of FanFest, most people won't see me. Dude, all of my fish are normal fish that, like, almost every one of these fish that I need them, like, steel sharks have a specific window, tawny wench sharks have a specific window. I don't know if Koromo octopods do, but I'm gonna find out. I can't join your party, I'm fishing. I can't join your party, I'm fishing. Steam Deck it up! Yeah, I gotta take a look at those big fish window and bring your Steam Deck for it. All I said is, I'll be there, Struzzy. That's all I said. And that I want these tawny wench sharks. Freaking octopi. Why do I keep catching them? Stop it. I have one sole reason to catch these octopi, and actually it doesn't make sense because I'm not using the blue bobbit. Give me a ruby shrimp. I need to shrimp. Hello? I mean, either that or just let me catch it outright. Well, it's live letter tomorrow. So, technically, yes? In, like, a real roundabout way? It'll certainly be themed. Yeah, but I don't know how long that'll be, because tomorrow's live letter is probably going to go long, and I have State of the Realm, so I need to record between. I don't know if I'll actually even get to log in tomorrow, in all honesty. What? I mean, it depends. I might ask Sly if we can do it later, because if the live letter starts at 7, it probably won't be done till between 10 and 11. I mean, normally we do it at noon, but I need time to record between A and B, so I might need to have him do it at 1, which would mean it wouldn't end till 3. I'm not catching that thing. Just give me a ruby shrimp. Thoughts on getting married at 3. Wow, that's a really short time to give out invites. Hey, I'm getting married tomorrow. Hands out invites. I want the ring. We can if you don't care about invites that much. Give them out now. I'm fishing now. See, she wanted to compete to see who could give out more, and she sees I'm busy, so she's just going to give them all out. And then be like, see, I won. I'll seed that victory. Where the fuck are these shrimp? I literally just need one more of the stupid shark. Before the weather changes. Or the time changes too much. They also have to have an alt on Coerl. Yeah, I can come for to make the thing. Just let me try to get this freaking shark. Oh my god, dude. I one fucking fish. Yeah, you just have to make sure the character starts in Gridania. Thank you. God, that better catch the friggin' tawny wench shark. Fishing's gonna make me crash out. What? I never said anything about anything making me nervous. I got the wrong fish. Shaggy, what? Yoink, Scoob! Yeah, he's the one who goes Ultra Instinct. I should have slapped a fish, man. I can't believe that I might actually not catch 3 of this shark. I don't really have the GP to do much fish slapping at the moment. There's another shrimp at least. Better be the right fucking fish. Better be the right fucking fish. Okay. And I'm on my way. So you can make the new invites. There's so many... Why are all of the Leave Quest fish? Weather conditions, time conditions, mooches, double mooches. Absolutely assassinating my brain. Well, I need the fishing log too. So just doing that doesn't really help, you know? Because the achievement requires you to catch unique fish. Also, most of these fish are not being sold. I can't even find... I literally went to the board and said, none for sale, none for sale, none for sale, none for sale, none for sale. And I'm almost not paying 100K per fish. Do we have to drop the old invite? Oh, we have to have the band on. Right. Okay, yeah, we do have to drop the old blank invitation too. Okay, I did it. It gave me the pop-up. You obtain a blank invitation. Okay. Tomorrow at 3. Take a pic with me. Okay, I'm here. I'm ready to take a picture. Yeah, what do you mean? I'm right here. Take the picture. No, Mosey. At least historically not. What is this? What the fuck? I got an email that, on one hand, I would definitely be down for what it's offering me, but also it is in every way oh, I'm not doing that, no. Okay, done. Okay. Hug. A little closer. Hug. There you go. Good hug. And now for all the invite giving out that you're going to be doing. Embrace. Must embrace. Must fish. Hello, Aqua. Where was I gonna go? The Alagana? Yeah, that one. Yes. That is an option for the teleport names. It's been there for a few patches now. Been there for a little bit. Did the weather change to something useful? No, it's just as bad. Still can't catch steel sharks. Great. Chromo octopods. Mooched from ruby shrimp. Or caught from breamlures, it says. Yeah, great. More bait. Alright, where do I get breamlures? Scripts! Of course it's scripts. Why would it be anything but scripts? Let's just go to Idleshire. A few years. Yeah, I don't remember how long, but it's definitely been a hot minute. So yeah, I get married tomorrow at 3. I need to make sure with Sly the timing now. Where do you go? I'm just trying to catch my leave quest fish. That's it. I'm just trying to catch a leave quest fish at the moment. Because none of them are available for sale, like, anywhere. Level 70 bait. Blue bobbits. Oh, it's a level 60 material, this one. Breamlures. Don't need that many breamlures, Jesus. That sounds about right. Alright. Chromo octopodes. Breamlures. Here we go. And that is the Isle of Zeki, which is Onokoro. I mean, you don't just queue. You wouldn't just be rando queuing into those things. You'd still be making pre-mades. So it depends on your definition of queue. You will not just be placed in with random other players. But you could form a party and then go in and do them. Should you so desire. Yeah, the only thing they're changing is the quests, which like random quests that they can do. Oh, where are you going? Alright, so I either want ruby shrimp or... Well, that could be one of them. It's either the Dio squid or the Chromo octopus. Hello, Hakwa. There is a second video coming. It's uploading right now. Let's slap that. All on the floor. I think this mooches into
chaos,
Kuromos as well. Aqua, thank you for the Prime sub. I will take that. Thank you. It's mine.
Just subscribed with Prime.
Thank you for the Prime sub. I love free money Prime sub. Yeah, it seems they're largely eliminating it so people who are unfamiliar or don't read don't accidentally do quests they don't need. That seems to be the chief reason. It's funny because I unironically did do limited beast tribal dailies on limited jobs yesterday. Oh, speaking of which, how many allowances do I have right now? I might need to go... do those real quick. One? Okay, no, I did all the ones I wanted to do yesterday. We're good. In 8 minutes, I can do I can do them again, but still. Chromo Octopod. Octopus. Gimme the octopus. Can I double hook? When's next video? Well, I've been working on achievement stuff, so I haven't made time to do that as of late. But I will be doing it soon. I have a couple of videos already banked for when I need them next, technically. Right now, it's focused on news and speculation because it's, you know, that season. Alright, there's all my Chromo Octopodes. Now I need sea lamps. I feel like I've caught sea lamps before. Kobayashi Maru. I've definitely caught... yeah, I've most assuredly caught these ones. Kobayashi Maru. Kobayashi Maru. Yep, there they are. I knew it. Oh, yeah, I actually just threw out a sea lamp. That's right, I remember. That's a timed fish, isn't it? You son of a bitch. Between 2 and 12. And once again, I'll go there when we're between 2 and 12. Steel sharks I can't do right now. Glass mantis I can do right now. Those are here. Those are like Tamamizu and all this, yeah. Ruby Price Death, Sui no Sato. Yes, I can go do those. I do have to finish my sightseeing logs as well. It's another batch of achievements that needs doing. What is the next ocean fishing boat? Next ocean fishing boat is jellyfish. I could do that. I don't have the jellyfish achievement. I only have 3 of the what did sea animal do to you achievements left. I forget which ones the mantas are. I think the... oh, the mantas are the big ones. Bam! Oh, there was also Ronin Trebly in there. Sure. Yeah, we've been pretty good at getting the parties together for all of them, thankfully. Thank you, Fishcord. Oh, just reminded me. I forgot. No. I remembered. Oh, well, I forgot to include the link to Fishcord, but I think the link to Fishcord is somewhere else in there. I put out a video that has ocean fishing stuff today, and I put out the resources, but I don't think I put the Fishcord link in there. Copy texts. Yes, I did. The Famitsu, I mean, I covered the other one, and then the Famitsu article was very similar, but I do have a separate video coming out for that one, yeah. Yeah, I'm almost done with all of the ocean fish, big fish. I need 2 more. Just need them to stop being shitheads. Come on, I need glass manta. I think I need 2 more? 3 more? Oh, it's the very slow-moving ones, right. That's a Ronin Trevelly. It's the slow-moving big ones that I want. which just don't like showing up, I guess. Yeah, we'll name this, that state of the realm, we'll name it fishing for something to do. That'll be the name of the episode. Dude, where are these glass mantas? That's not a glass manta. That's not a glass manta. Not a glass manta. He'll be drinking like a fish out of water. I need one more. There it is. We're going to save the sea lamps for a little bit. Steel sharks can't do. Red fins. I wonder if he would make his drinks on that show extra fruity. Yeah, he's fucked. Not gonna lie. I'll make sure I have some snacks for that show. Now you're making me want to drink. He'll be drinking so much he'll need gills to breathe. Alright, redfin is a fast average fish. So it's the mid-sized fish, but fast. I need everything in this hole anyway, so. There it is. I think I caught everything in this hole just now. What did I not catch? River clams, slow small fish. I do not know these jokes could be a knee slapper. I don't think what Sly will never see coming is that all of these puns were just bait. I feel like I'm really going to test his patience. I need 9 red fins, right? Yeah, I have 4. And chat's patience, too. When I upset both chat and Sly, they've just fallen for my double hook. Wait, this is a different... This is different. Okay. This is the west one. Oops. Everyone's congratulating me and not asking for an invite. It is very short notice. It's tough. If anyone wants to come to our wedding tomorrow at 3, we do have invites to give out. And technically, she's in charge of that right now. Send me a ping when it's over. Oh, don't be so modest. I prefer to be ambitious. It's alright. When chat mutes me, I know that it's just because they quit. They just need a rest. But they know that I'm a prizeful catch. Because I usually wait until they actually have the item in it. The actual crafting item. But I probably will go through all of my primal weapons and just begin destroying them immediately. Listen, I just wanted to snag as many puns as possible. Tail Mountain Minnows. Let's see. Midge larva. Do they accept anything else? It says stonefly larva works too. I don't know if it's full of shit, however. No, here's the thing. When we first started dating, I made the happy joke a lot, but I knew that that was a short-term joke because I couldn't do it forever. But I do definitely throw out the occasional one here or there. And then she walks out of the room. Chat doesn't realize that I'm just fishing for a response. Ah, you like this new gig of mine. Not me now looking at the extra abilities that I don't know the names of. Hold on, I gotta toss some of these excess fish. Let me make sure I don't throw out the wrong fish. There might actually be some here that I don't remember that I need as well. I don't think I need the ruby shrimp for anything. But I don't remember all the things I need. I've got chat on the end of my hook. Let's see what happens when I mooch this fish. Well, it says that midge larva is the preferred bait, but it says this works. And it also says it can be mooched. There's the tail mount minnow. That was off the mooch, so let's go for that. It's all right. I'll stop making the puns, chat. I'll just be a little more cordial. It's expanding. Yeah, it's tough, Alarin. I actually fix it like a couple of times per expansion. It just always goes the other way. Thank you. Hey, I made that one already. I said I was testing chat's patience. Oh, I got something on my monitor. Oh, I'm sure I could figure out a great many more. Should I give it the time? That's true. That's how that works. Yours now? Mine now. These aren't the right fish. Hey, look, someone who wants an invite. Yeah, I don't spam her. I just hit her with the occasional one. Let's just say that if I were to do it all the time, then living with me would be impossible. I'm also making pasta later, which helps. Yeah, her listening to the stream is the worst that it gets. Hey! That was quality. Please be the third tail mountain minnow. Okay. Weather change. Okay, so there is actually a big fish available here with suspending minnows in about 10 minutes. So. No, this is just what I do, Alarin. What happens if he does exasperated sigh and leave me alone, usually. Let me go check the weather in the peaks. Murder. That's a little more elevated than what I said, what I just said, but still. That's a little different. Steel shark. No, it has to be sun. It has to be completely clear skies, not fair skies.
Vicespi just subscribed.
Thank you for the subscription. Appreciate it. Thank you. Alright, we can go try to catch the Ichimonji and these red fins real quick. That is Onokoro. The Kobayashi Maru. Here's Johnny! Where is the Kobayashi? Oh, Kobayashi Maru is up top. So much fish. Oh yeah, I should let Fish Cord know that I'm planning on doing jellyfish soon. I literally just copy and paste my previous message. And just change the achievement name. And then I also make sure the time is correct. At time 12. Perfect. That'll be a nice achievement get. I just want to get these leave quest fish done, man. I have to ocean fish 9 sea lamps over here too. There's one fish that's available for a limited time, so I figured I should wait to do my sea lamps until then. And red fins are... Why does it say red coat? I guess that's the right one. It's an average with an... Oh, no, I'm sorry. Sea lamps. I did red fins. Yeah. Sea lamps are slow and small. Slow and small is all I'll catch until 2 a.m. That one. That's a sea lamp. Boop. Boop. That was a bashful batfish. Was that not slow and small? I guess it's slower than that, even? Yeah, it must be. There it is. Kill. Kill. Give me the slow small fish. Hello. Yeah, I guess that's average speed. Yeah, that's average, that speed. So yeah, that's a bashful batfish. That's the sea lamp. Now I've seen them both side by side. That's better. That's a sea lamp as well. Die. Let me run a couple maps before boat. Let me do this big fish in a few minutes. And then I should be able to? Yeah. MIPS. Reminding me, I need to get MIPS. Yeah, I'm just waiting until 2 a.m. to get one of these unique fish. And then there's a big fish that's up in Azim Steppe that I figure I might as well try to get real quick. And then, yeah, I should be able to just blast them. What maps are we doing? Yeah, that's why she's doing them, I think. Oh my god, that was the new fish. That was the one I needed. If I see one going that fast, I need to get it again. That's the post 2 a.m. fish. That fish was fucking zooming. Oh, we might get portals, though. If we get portals, that's going to make the time tough. Yeah, well, I mean, it has to be in the next 30 minutes. Because I'm making a party in 30 minutes. Salgar, need those. Don't need these. Don't have time. Oh, and you need portals for Ultimog to boot. Yeah, that makes things tougher. I need 2 more sea lamps. I already announced that I was doing the party. The Bobaloons. She also has access to me literally all day, every day. There's no time that those portals are safe. Zero mana, 6 stars. I love decisions. Although I feel like every time I have decisions, I never have the decisions I want to have. At that point, just give me 21 mana and let me play Stardust. Alright, that's that done. Let's go get the Azim Step. While I'm at the Azim Step, let me vendor some fish. Oh. What the helly fish? God, there's so many baits, man. Need the red fins. Don't need grass sharks. Don't think I need river clams, flamefish, steppe bullfrogs, dusk heralds, Ichimonji, or sky tier. Listen, I literally 2-turned a boss with Conqueror and Sword. When it works, it works. When it doesn't, yikes. Suspending Minnow at 4. So here's the thing. I'm of the opinion that while, yes, I would like something to change, I'm a tackle box enthusiast because I think it's a bad idea to consolidate baits from an immersion standpoint. But yeah, no, fuck those roaches. There is you can pull a card that makes the sword hit twice, and then also pull the sword that makes it AoE, or pull the card that makes it AoE. And then they do 18 to each roach. At that point, though, you just wish you were using Stardust. It's like, wow, imagine if I just looks at my watch, looks at my phone, checks notes, press one button and just hit them multiple times without needing 4 cards to combo it. Wow. It was funny. Last time I played Sword against B-Boss, I was like, I'm not attacking him till I can kill him in 1 hit. And I sure as hell did. I was just like, all right, forge, 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 shield. Oh, actually, let me chum. Let me chum these waters. Oh, I'm still wearing... I was going to say, I feel like I have less GP. It's because my fucking Promise Band is on. Not that it matters that much, but still. When you're playing Regent and you look at literally anyone else just pressing one thing and then suddenly being super useful, and I'm just like, wish I could just do one thing and be super useful. I actually like the Kingly build where you just use the Kingly items and then take cards from your discard and put them at the top of your draw. And then you just redraw them over and over again. Vortis, thanks for the 22 months.
Vortis RD just subscribed. Here fishy fishy. Here fishy.
Here fishy
Oh,
fishy fishy.
Hey. Hola, Senor Feli. Nice to
Hi.
see you doing night.
I'm doing aight. You doing aight? I'm doing aight. Trying to catch this big fish real quick. And I got a jellyfish boat at the top of the hour. B-Elite sucks butt. I remember I had one match where I really didn't have much good in the form of AoE on Regent, and I got to the robot elite that summons the 4 ads, and I was like, uh-oh. If I don't have the AoE sword card, it's so over. If I have it, it's the easiest thing imaginable. Excuse me, Blade Skipper. Let me make sure that this thing's not feeding me nonsense real quick. Nope, suspending minnow. Just making sure. Had a tough time trusting. And it's fog between 4 a.m. and 8 a.m. Eorzean. I don't really have much an issue with almost anything in Act 2, because if I've made it out of Act 1, then I'm probably doing okay. It's not universally true, but it's true enough. Come here, buddy. Well, I mean, I don't know what we're doing for maps. So about those maps. I mean, but I said we're not going to, with the portals, I don't know that we really have time. Unless we get one on, like, the very first one. Because I don't want to make a full party. I would just be doing your one map for, like, a portal. Yeah, we can do it after the boat. After the boat's fine. But before the boat, yeah, I don't think that's going to have time to do that. Because I still have another however many minutes of attempts at this, and then we'd have like 15 minutes. Ivy, you're digging your claws into my leg. It's funny that this fishing hole is literally just a bunch of... I just realized something. I should be ambitiousing this. This is a triple ambitious fish. Because it's literally the only ambitious bite in the entire thing. I thought we knew about Spaceballs 2 already. Yeah, this is the only ambitious bite in the entire hole. So, case in point. It also slipped. Oh, there was the... Alright. I was going to say, I thought we knew... Oh, I get another chance at least. There we go. Alright, well, since I have a few more minutes, is there anything else happening in the next... Oh, Blade Skipper was one I... Oh, this is one I was told to mark? Really? Why? I guess because it's... Oh, I was told if anything is an uptime of under 1% to mark it. That's why. That I didn't even realize that had an uptime of under 1%. That makes sense. I might have time. Oh, I've got at least enough time to wait for the weather change to see if I can even catch this one. Steel Sharks. Oh, yeah, Fallen Leaf. That has a condition. I think. Salmon Roe or Stonefly Larva. Oh, no, it doesn't. It just sucks. It says Suspending Minnow is also good for that. I might as well just head over while I have a little bit of time, since we're not going to do the maps till afterwards. Yeah, Chad was telling me about that one. Ivy, you're so needy, girl. Chad was telling me about the Street Fighter trailer. Not in the most endearing of ways, but, you know, understandable. Ivy. Ow, Ivy. You tried to get comfortable on my legs, but you just slipped. Ow. Well, I had it marked on Carbuncle Plush, but I wasn't even looking. I was literally just looking at the fishing hole, saw that the condition was about to come up, and said, let me try to catch it. Alright, so I need 3 fallen leaves. Yes, they're nothing alike, Kamer. Not even remotely alike. Correct. Hey man. I'm just fishing here if you don't mind. What doing? What doing? Hey, nice mustache. Okay, boring. Ventus, thanks for the 66 months.
Ventus Wraith just subscribed. What types of fish you got there?
That's a great question. I'm trying to have Fallen Leaf. Never mind. Want to see fish again. Oh, I was too busy looking at him. I wasn't paying attention. I need 3 fallen leaves. And I literally cannot catch them. I'm getting a lot of conflicting information about what the catch bait is for it. It says Suspending Minnow here, and then it says 2 completely different baits. No, probably not, Kamer. I don't think they're made to be used that way in any capacity. Dude, there's gotta be... Hold on. I cannot catch these fallen leaves, man. They just do not want to be caught. Metal spinner, salmon roast, stonefly larva, suspending minnow, and versatile lure. I mean, it's the right bait. This thing just doesn't fucking bite. It's crazy. All three of those baits are technically correct. Of the three that I knew. I gotta see what the weather changes to. If it changes to clearer skies, I should head over to the peaks. Just trying to get my leave quests done, man. Where are you? Why is this fish so rare? It's not, there's no time limit on it. I just get bone melters and cave killifish over and over again. And I keep not paying attention. I thought I would hear it. But I somehow didn't hear it when I was looking over. There, now I can't miss it. Feet. Feet. God, I'm just gonna have to slap non-stop. I want to just catch it once and then icy double hook. We have a snoring curtain. It's haunted. Haunted curtains. There it is. Alright. Oh. So silly. And it had the same cast time as everything else to boot. Alright. There's that one done. And then Rapids Jumper. Oh, wait. What's the... Well, the weather here is thunder. That means it's probably thunder in the peaks, too. Let me go check. I need clear skies, or I can't catch this stupid fish. It is just... It's still wind. There's the Fallen Leaf. Yeah, Fallen Leaf was... There's no additional info. Okay. Carbuncle Plus didn't have any additional information on Fallen Leaf. Just its primary location. Alright, so that just leaves the Rapids Jumper. Which I think is also a timed fish. It's in the slow wash. No, it just says it's Nightcrawler. Preferred bait is salmon roe. I think I remember trying to catch this thing and it telling me to go fuck myself, so that's pleasant. The fish literally came up, flipped me the middle finger, and then left. Rapids Jumper is a 2 exclamation. I don't think it can be mooched. Let me double check. No, it cannot be mooched. What is mooched in this hole? Garabonian Trout. Oh, the Undecided. I have the Undecided. That's fine. It's also... Well, actually, it is the window for the Undecided right now, funnily enough. But I have it, so it doesn't matter. See? Yeah, I need these rapids jumpers. Did I feel like I caught these things. Nope. I've caught them before, just I don't have any on me right now, apparently. It also says, no. Yeah. Nightcrawler. What the fuck is going on? Why are these fish getting away? Is it the rapids jumper? Is he slippery? It's the second fish that's gotten away when I've hooked him. Incorrect fish. So just as a heads up, I am forming a fishing party soon. I'm doing the jellyfish achievement for ocean fishing. And as such, I'll be making a private Deutsch boot. And I'll need a total of 8. I'm going to post it in Fishcord, and obviously it'll be on stream so anyone can join if you're in need of it. It's one of 3 remaining ocean fishing what did animal do to you achievements I need. I need jellyfish, crab, and balloons. There's a rapids jumper, but unfortunately I just realized I don't have the GP necessary to double hook it. I'm gonna wait. So I don't have to catch a third one. I'll just IC it until I have the GP for it. And I'm gonna go back to Limsa after this. Oh, actually, I'm gonna go turn in the leave quests after this. The ones that I actually do have the fish for. And then I'm going to pray that the Shadowbringers and Endwalker and Dawn Trail... I'm sorry. Yeah. That those leave quests are... Those fish are more readily available. I know they did leave. They told us they would. We've known that. Yes. I mean, next patch is the last patch. So there's no more room for any of them after that. Like 7.5 and 7.5, 1.5, 5.5, those are all the final expansion patches. I'm waiting for 400 GP, and I will not recast this rod a second earlier. And then we pray for the ocean fish. Everyone's gangsta till 7.6. One day, I'm not going to bother using this cordial. I got to go buy more cordials. All right. Leave quest time. Time to do some turn-ins. I should go grab the next set of leave quests as well. For a brief moment, I almost didn't double hook. I was like, oh, is this the right fish? Even though I fucking identical casted. Idiot. Okay. Let's go to Kugain. You can get cordial. Well, you get regular cordials from that. I need high cordials. I ain't fucking with no basic bitch cordials. They're not gonna do another ocean fishing total point achievement. They're done. You hear? They're done. New achievement. Plus 10. Where am I going here? Well, eel be damned. Hey, I'll need to do that eventually. Crystarium leaves. There they are. 23,330. I've gone up like 1,200 points in recent times, but I have a lot more easy points left to get to boot. I just have to actually stop and go do them. Does that say sand eggs? Well, at least I know those are easy to catch. This is spearfishing. I'll just grab whatever I can here. I don't have any fishing leaves done from this location, so. Alright, I need to go get ready to make the party for the jellyfish. Eggs in the sand. Eggs in the sand. What eggs in the sand? What eggs in the sand? Hey. I prefer eggs in my salad. Alright, it time. Gathering foray. What did jellyfish do to you? They ate my peanut butter. Okay. Passwords 1227. Set a minimum of 650. And we are Deutsch Boot. This is on Crystal. Oh, I don't know if I don't know if Sophie's coming. She said she does. Oh, she's leaving. Okay, yeah. She said she could come if we needed it, but we'll open this up to everyone else first, and then I'll beg her if needed. All right, let me get this into the fish cord. Yes, I will beg you. If needed. Jellyfish. What did jellyfish do to you? At Crystal DC. Password 1227. It be achievement time. Yeah, so this is for the achievement to catch 150 more jellyfish as a party. That requires about 19 jellyfish per person, a little bit less than that in terms of average. And it doesn't seem like it's too bad. It looks like it's just get stacks on the first boat, triple hook really fast bites on the second boat, and then go for spectral on the third boat. And there's literally no downside to a spectral on the first boat, so there's not that much that really needs to be coordinated. It's just making sure there's... Nobody should be hooking anything past 5 seconds on the first boat. Literally, it should be 5 seconds, no jellyfish, rest. Over and over again. But we obviously need as many people as possible. So I post it in the fish cord, but if anyone can make it and wants a spot, it's on Crystal until it fills or until we leave. And somebody's offline. I'm assuming they're just restarting real quick. Plenty of time. No worries. Like I said, we got plenty of time. We're not leaving till the usual 14 after. In terms of remaining achievements from ocean fishing, let me pull up the list. Crabs is technically at 2 p.m. I was going to go to the gym, but there's a possibility I might have to stay home anyway, just to make sure that something is completed correctly. There's some people coming over to do some work. Good morning. I may teleport away from the docks briefly to see if the weather changes to get these steel sharks. Good morning. Also, the daily reset happened, so I have tribal dailies to do for orchestrion rolls, I think. Oh, I also have Warlar's Echo I need to go to and do those, because those are almost done. Yeah, I think I need an Ixal one. I think I went to the Vanu and didn't see one, but I'm going to have to go back, because I think that it might have just been in a different menu option that I didn't look at. So I got to go back and look at that one. Because it 100% has to have it. I know that Lost S Noth has one. I mean, I could also just do this. Where is my orchestrion list? Thank you. Rage, Trials, Dungeons, Locales. Locales 1, Locales 2. Available for purchase in Thanalan. Yeah, I gotta go buy the Waking Sands one. Oh, there's also Tombstones I gotta go do. High Bridge. I'm assuming that's when you successfully beat that Fate series. Purchase at Wineport. Landlords, I know where that's from. I know where that's from. I know where that's from. Sea of Clouds. That's Elite Marks in Sea of Clouds. Late Marks in Cryptus Western. Turning Mist. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, here's Black Copper Gill Exchange at Lost Asboth. Akagundu Knock. Yeah, okay, I do have Coming Home. I think it was just in a different menu option. And then these also, treasure hunts, treasure hunts, treasure hunts, treasure hunts. Treasure hunts, treasure hunts. Available for purchase. Yeah, okay. Safety in numbers. Firmament. Available exchange in Ralger's Reach and with other exchange vendors. Interesting. Ralger's. I wonder if those are scripts. Treasure hunt, treasure hunt. Ralger's Reach and other exchange vendors. Koji and Sango. Ananta, Dreamstaff. Yeah, here they all are. Namazu, Koben. Doman Enclave has them. Another Firmament one. Firmament. Those are probably Sky Builder scripts if I had to guess. Kupo of Fortune. Firmament. Hall of Flames. Oh, right. Hall of Flames. I didn't buy the Immortal Flame one. Yeah. Got plenty of time. We still got 2 more spots for the jellyfish. We're not going in for another 22 minutes. I'll probably take a quick restroom and snack break before then. Might as well. Semi-AFK. Yeah, I'll do a ready check 2 or 3 minutes before. I always make sure. This jellyfish one shouldn't be too bad. There's Leaf. And we just have 1 more spot. Hello again. Yes. We be achievement getters here. I'm going to green log ocean fishing, I promise. So that'll be 2 achievements so far today. How many of the orchestrion rolls am I up to? 270 out of 500. Boy, do I have a ways to go. I got a lot of orchestrions to buy. I mean, I have basically nothing. Sastasha, 1,000 Maws. I mean, there's literally every fucking dungeon. Just having to spam every old dungeon over and over until I get the music sheet is going to be ugh. To say the least. Yeah, and then these are obviously all going to be made from synthesis materials. I mean, of course, on syncing, but it's still going to be, like, it's not like that makes them that much. I mean, it makes them like considerably faster, but it makes like an 8-minute to 10-minute dungeon a 4-minute dungeon. So it's still going to be time consuming. I also have the old 8-man raid ones as well here. I have Omega. Final? Not final. Interesting. Sigmascape. Dancing Mad, Movement 1, Movement 2, Movement 3, Movement 4, Alphascape B1, Alphascape B2, Alphascape B3, yeah. At least I have Whitestone Black! Euphrosyne? Wow, I actually never got any of the Euphrosyne ones. That's kind of surprising. More ambient sounds. Materials for synthesis obtained on subaquatic voyages. Well, and obtained from subaquatic voyages. Well, fucking kill me on that one. That's not happening. Gold sauce. Really? I didn't see it when I went there. Subaquatic voyages. Hall of Flames. Synthesis, treasure hunts. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be buying a lot of these. Wolf's Den. Yeah. Seasonal, and then search. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's going to come down to just purchasing the ones that are free and then going from there. An unfortunate number of sub-orchestrions. 7 out of 8. Amber encased Violkin exchange. I never thought I'd return to needing amber encased Violkins, but I'm not getting those. Those especially suck because every single, well, I guess it's not a waste. It would just mean using my allowances towards the battle leave quest achievement instead of the ones that I'm using it for now. Not technically the worst thing imaginable. Go-Go's theme I should be able to get now. So again, more firmament, more firmament. Boson clusters. Hilarious. Those are pretty easy to farm, though. Quiet Moment, these are Island Sanctuary. Exdeath's Castle. Oh, right, I forgot about those. Cosmic Fortunes. Available for exchange in Tuliolal. A lot of it is literally just going to be going through and buying or crafting all the raid ones. I mean, it's kind of going to be an unavoidable reality at some point. We still have one more spot open for the jellyfish boat. This is for an achievement for us to catch 150 jellyfish as a party. We're doing it on Crystal, and we're going to be leaving in 17 minutes. See, that's what people told me. Then I went to the market board. None of them were only worth hundreds of gil. The sheet that needs to be crafted was worth about that much. But when I went to the board, a lot of the raid and trial ones were at least 10 to 20k. Not a lot, but when you have to buy a few hundred of them, it adds up. The faded sheets, probably. The crafted sheets, less so. And I don't have any master books, so if I buy the faded sheets, I have to go get the master books, which, to be fair, I probably should anyway, but even still. Well, I mean, I know, but I went to the ether one too. I went by quantity. Like this one, sure, but then this one, 2.8k is not that bad for Out of the Labyrinth. That's what, Labyrinth of the Ancients? Mobius. Okay. Some of these were cheaper than they were elsewhere. Thunder Rolls is 27k. Another round is only 2k. That's fine. Painted Foothills. This is a hunt one, if I recall. 62k. Primal Judgment, 6k. Good King Moggle 32k. Why? Dark Vows I need to craft. Only reason I'm not taking it. There is the crafting, unique crafting achievement. I can craft Dark Vows. Twilight over Thanolin is 100k. Wow. Hubris, 10k. Wait, is Hubris one of the ones that I need to craft? Let me remember the ones that I can craft. Oh, another round was one of the ones that I could have. This one, that's fine. Whatever, I guess. Yeah, I just figure if I'm going to have to craft any of them, it's like, why buy them? But Hubris isn't one of them. Corpse Hall. Blind to the Dark. That's not one of these, is it? No. Horizons Call. If it's less than 10k, I don't mind. Fallen Angel. Now I know the truth. Against the Wind. Footsteps in the Snow. Close enough. 10k is around as much as I really want to spend. Frontiers. World Apart. A Light in the Storm. Engage. 200k. Cool. 100k. Cool. People ask me how to make money. Just do this. Wreck to the Seaman. Black Bosom. This one I know. I'll buy it. That one's very easy to obtain. It's a K, so I'll just take the short. Oh, right. Almost forgot about that. Oh. Quick things. No. Oh, need to restart client. Okay. Right, I should store my excess baits in here, huh? Bird. Oh, we got boobies in here. Sweet. I was told I could take this. I was given explicit permission to take that. Listen, I can't stay rich by spending all my money. What am I being traded? Oh, hey, free orchestrion rolls. Thank you. Thank you, kind citizen. I will bow to said kind citizen. We still have one more spot for the boat. Any boaters? Welcome back. Any boat enjoyers? We could probably do a 7. Be very nice to have 8. Still had the 15 Amber Encased Vialkin. You're a hero. I think there was there one more for Amber Encased? I mean, I'll just get the other one. It's fine. I used to keep some Amber Encased Vialkins around, but I don't have them anymore. When I did my relic quest, I used them all. Because I did every relic weapon, and I went through and did that. Switch to your PS5. Ah, for the comfy gathering. Ugh. Yeah, a lot of it's literally just going through every piece of content. Which, to be fair, is also okay. Because A, for raids, for the music sheets, I can do those on tank. And work on the tank achievement. And for dungeons, I mean, technically I could too there for certain, for some of the dungeons. I could work on the easy tank achievements. But even the higher tier, like when I get to the higher level dungeons, I think I can also do the tank achievements there. Okay, thank you. Yeah, for some reason I thought there was 3, but that's good. Thank you, Alea. I'll never say no to Orchestrion Roll Charity. Can't from EU. True, I should have gone to Materia, clearly. Yeah, we got 10 minutes to find one more person. If not, well, I don't know if... Yeah, I mean, I could just pull Sophie in. I'd have to pull her in probably in the next 5 minutes or so, but I don't know, she might be busy. You can join. Yeah, if you want to join. We got Jellyfish. We got one more spot for Jellyfish. I mean, it'd be nice if somebody who doesn't need it comes and fills that last spot too. Obviously, I would never say no to that. It's actually a very simple fishing boat. We literally can do whatever the fuck we want on the first boat. And then the second boat is all Lenotian jellies. And the third boat is spectral or bust. But the second boat is so good that we might be done with our objective on the second boat. There is a jellyfish in the spectral on the second stop, but there's no reason to go for it. What are the baits? It's always the baits the merchant here has. This merchant right next to the boat always sells the baits. And I don't personally recommend ever picking up the lure. I use just these 3. We're mostly using... We actually do have use for all 3 baits. I knew Creative Cloud was doing something. I could feel Creative Cloud doing something. I hate you, Creative Cloud. Hey, Creative Cloud. I hate you. File. Quit Creative Cloud. Then it's shrimp time. Nice. Yeah, this jellyfish one doesn't seem too bad. Yeah, it's just password 1227 when you get here, Dante. Yeah, since this isn't a bluefish, you only ever need. It is, but for this, for what we're doing, I wouldn't use versatile lure. Thanks, Somnus. Just logging in. Yeah, I was just letting you know all the deets. I could try to do crab it too, as long as I'm not needed elsewhere. So that would leave just one more achievement after that. Yep. Simple stuff. Yeah, the second stop makes this achievement very easy. You literally just need to get like, if you get 3 decent triple hooks on the second stop on the, and especially because the cast is so short, it just goes super quick to like 145. Yeah, that was the thing. It's like the next boat's at 2, so I was like, I don't think I can do that. Sorry. It's not like I'm in any rush to get that achievement done. These ocean fishing achievements, I've just been taking them as they pop up. And we're getting to the point where there's so few boats I actually need to get on that soon I won't be ocean fishing very often. Obviously, when the new patch comes out, I'll have to do those new achievements. But I'm going to blast the route-specific achievements for the new one, like, super fast. And then it'll just be about catching stone scales and placotuses whenever they're available. I do still need one more ruby route boat altogether, I think. Is it 1 or 2? It's 2. I need... This is a black-jawed helicoprion. And I don't remember what this one is. But I do need some basic bitch fish. Some basic fish bitch. I just can't wait till I literally have every ocean fishing achievement in the game. Oh, let me make that other video live real quick. All right, we are all good. I'll ready check us in a few minutes. Let's see. Now I can make that video live. Get them all before the new route drops. Yeah, I mean, we're going to have a whole bunch of new bluefish to get with the route drop as well. But I'm assuming they're going to be like the ruby route where they're not really that, like, crazy. The ruby route ones are pretty tame, comparatively. What was another major point of that interview? I'm trying to think. Let's just do this. Easy videos, easy life. Heritage found. That would be insane, given I don't know how we would get the boat into the thing. No, we do not get on a boat 6. No. No. I'm disallowing that possibility. Portal. No. I am disallowing the possibility. No on a boat 6. No. 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 All right, so all right, am I German? Time to be German. What do you mean, air area? Pilgrim. Oh, you're talking about the... Listen, that has nothing to do with this. That's different. That's different content. Don't compare them. This is Rotano. What is this, fucking Sonic's Cross-World Racing of ocean fishing? Embark to the Rotan... Oh! Swap! Swap your job. Swap jobs. Leaf. Swap! Swap, swap, swap! Please swap! I have to queue! Please swap! 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 Stop whatever you're doing and swap! No, I don't care! End it! We have to queue! Come on! Swap! Swap! End the... What are you doing? I'm gonna have to kick you. Okay, they swapped. They swapped. They swapped. Woo! Okay, we made it. Woo! Unable to register. Okay. Don't just sit on the wrong job. You ready checked. I didn't realize you hadn't swapped. Just sitting around for 30 minutes just for that to cost, that would have been brutal. Whew. Okay, now that we're back on track. Now say yes to the queue. Now say yes to the queue. I can't deal with 2 heart attacks at once. One I can do. You would think I was gonna miss my flight or something. Catch the intuition fish. Whatever you want to do. Just get 10 stacks. Yeah, free. Honestly, I mean, again, it really doesn't matter. I was gonna say, oh well, you could get the spectral because there is literally zero reason we should be getting a spectral on the second boat. Yeah, that's fine. Like I said, you can do whatever you want. If anything, this kind of helps because I can get my stacks faster. Which it does say is a potential nice thing. I get my stacks in 1 patience window now. And it's worth a few more points, you know. What am I fishing up right now that takes fucking 11... I didn't know there was a hook that was... I mean, it's been a long time since I've hooked anything here. Nimble Dancer, that's an insane... I mean, it was 888. Holy Jesus. A large Nimble Dancer was 888? Holy shit. You'd think I'd remember that from my 3 million point grind. Is another Nimble Dancer? No. Oh, wrong bot. Wrong bot. And there it goes. Oh. I guess it's one more loop of the song. Wait, one large Cascadoise? I didn't realize this place was so stacked on point fish. Oh, my patience wore off. Alright, I've got my 10 stacks. I could try to get weak bites, I guess. Keep in mind the weak bite. If anything, I should try to get sharks for points, but it's not like I need the points anyway. And it's not like I'll ever need them again. Well, I don't need one fish. I need 150 jellyfish. But hopefully, yes. I have yet to fail one of these achievements when attempting them. And I feel like I've gotten a lot of the harder ones out of the way. I did the shark achievement already, thankfully. I'm jellyfishing! Ha! See? Yeah, I didn't have triple hook when I did my 3 million points. That wasn't a thing. When I saw it became a thing, I was like, that's so good for you. That you caught. What's the... I don't know what that is off the top of my head. Did you get I caught that 7? Oh, I caught that... I'm so stupid. I've been wrong. Which one is that? No. I caught that 6. Now that's what I call music 27,000. Yeah, I caught that 6 yesterday. I see some 9 stackers. Although to be fair, 9 is as good as 10 here. Technically. Well, the somehow is that you fish. A lot. That's how. Because fish. That's how. Because fish. Yeah, everyone should pretty much exclusively be going for triple hooks. There should be no other attempted fish. If you go past 5 seconds on your cast time, rest. Yeah, fishing feels like one of those things where if I don't get it out of the way, the sooner I get it out of the way, the better I'll feel. It's just that there is no getting it out of the way soon. It gets out of your way when the fucking fish bite. And not a goddamn moment sooner. There's a lancet fish window in an hour. I could try for that again. I mean, there are more than 2. Remember, at 5 seconds, rest. Never go past 5 seconds. There's no reason to ever go past 5 seconds here. It's a lot of very quick attempts. Which is why I actually have a history of being very unlucky with Lenotian jellies. That appears to not be the case today. And definitely don't identical cast. Unless you're sure that it's like good. I got 6. They're such quick casts that it's like identical casting is just a big GP burn. No. I just go to the fish cord and post whenever I'm doing a boat. AKA ocean fishing party finder groups. Ocean fishing PF. There we go. Got another one. I think those were high quality, actually. No, they were average. I'm actually gonna... I'll wait till I have enough to triple hook here. I've got 11 jellyfish. We only need an average of 19 per person. Even a little less than that. It's 18.75. But obviously we can't have 3/4 of a jellyfish. I hear dolphins. That wasn't it, yeah. Between being on stage and just trying to get YouTube videos up ASAP on a lot of stuff on the news. So the first day is going to be pretty busy for the first half of the first day. And then when it gets to like the cosplay walk and the concert, obviously I'm going to be... Well, I don't normally do the piano concert. I normally leave and like sleep. I don't know if that's a jellyfish actually. Hold on. I think that was like on 5. It wasn't. Okay. I didn't think so. That, on the other hand, definitely is. $17, so I'm just below the average at this point. What's going on, Static? Hello? Yeah, we still have 3 minutes left to fish, so plenty of time. We'll probably have a few people go over. We might just not have to do anything on the third boat, mind you. I have 18 now, so I'm basically at the average. I can get above the average right now. I'm going to do it. Oh, well, never mind. I may have prematurely sent that out. I mean, I am above the average, but still. I meant to IC double hook it, but it doesn't matter. I'll just double hook if I catch another one. I'm now at 19. And now I'm at even more. $23. Make sure if you're bringing a power brick that it's something that actually charges your switch. I had a giant, I guess it wasn't a power brick, but I had a fairly strong mobile charging thing, like one that was like this big. And I plugged my Switch 1 into it back in the day, and it started charging the power brick instead of the Switch being charged by the power brick. I was shook. I was so very visibly upset. Even if you get above the average here, by the way, make sure you keep fishing for the jellies. Yeah, it's not the only time I've heard or seen that happen. The Switch 1 especially. I don't know about the Switch 2. I assume, based on my current experiences, the Switch 2 is a very similar issue, depending on the thing. No, everything was exactly right. That's just, the Switch 1 is just that much of a fucking, like, it's that particular of a voltage that it requires, that if it's below the voltage threshold, it goes the other direction. That's why, like, you can't even, like, use a lot of chargers with the Switch. That's like a common problem, is that, like, you can't just use any generical charger for the Switch. Because it needs a very particular, like, voltage or signal or something. Shut up, NVIDIA. I have a very particular set of voltages. Alright, let's get a count. 25, 35. Oh yeah, this thing is fucking cooked, dude. We are certainly done. So we have a 35 and a 25. That's already 60. 91, 116, 129, 150. We're literally like, do whatever you want on the third. Like, we can go for more if you want. Good news, boy. Like, I'll go for it, but we're good. No, I mean, I've seen a little bit about League 6, but I don't really care much for old school RuneScape leagues. Only because if I'm going to put a bunch of time into old school RuneScape, like, I'd have to be, like, if I was maybe playing with Sophie, I would, like, do it. But that's kind of it. Because I don't really have any interest in progressing a temporary mode in a game where everything for my main character is so time consuming. Play with me in Wrath. Like, yeah, that's, like, it. Like, I'll do that. Just to, like, play with. But that's the only reason. That's, like, my general interest for my own, like, needs is not as high as, like, the intrigue of playing it with people that I know. More for the social experience than anything else. I wouldn't just play leagues just to play leagues. I think it's cool what they do. It's just, it's hard to quantify in a game so time consuming. Alright, and then it's plump. We don't need to do this, but like if you really want to do it. I also gave you the wrong bait earlier. It was not krill for the thing. It was plump for the thing, and now it's krill. But it doesn't matter. We have the achievement. So actually a lot of these fish, if I recall, spectral fish are basically over-aspected ethereal fish. By the way, I'm really fucking annoyed at these silencers because yesterday on my stone scale boat I couldn't catch any. This will be a 3-minute spectral as well. Well, if we needed more, I got more. There's actually, from Endwalker in particular, there's the fishing storyline, if I'm remembering correctly, is about how many fish were affected by the end of days. There's a ton of fish that are affected by the 7th calamity. And then there's fish that are affected by the end of days. Oh, it wasn't the end of days. I'm sorry. I'm technically misspeaking. It was Zodiark's ether being dispersed. That's what it was. Fishing actually does get some really good storylines. In Dawn Trail, you meet a blue mage in the fishing quests who can only learn fish abilities. So like the sardine spit. Yeah. They're like, that's the only thing they're capable of learning. Of course I would get the fisherman's intuition when there's no... Fuck you, game. I wasn't even using rat tails. I know it's not the mandatory bait, it's only the preferred bait, but still. Yeah, instead of a blue mage, he's a fish mage. Yeah, fishing does get some really good ones. There's a lot of lore building. Because, don't get me wrong, it's not like plants and rocks and everything aren't it's not like those aren't part of the ecosystem, but because fish are so integral to the ecosystem, the oceans, the waters, the lakes, the rivers, they get I get a little more involved. Yeah, he has to eat the whole fish to get its power. Oh, good job, everyone. Easy. Yeah, Azislaw has some pretty interesting fish lore. It's a metaphor for pollution. It's a metaphor for quite a few things. Is it a metaphor, Refantasio? Come on, I wasn't the only one thinking it. Be honest. Just thinking about the trout population. How will this affect the trout population? That's me. It's funny because for some reason in my head, this will affect the trout population has the same energy as the, I guess I'll miss the tour. For some reason in my head, they're like identical. What tour? The world tour. Congrats on achievements, y'all. Yep. Easy Chivo. Yeah, we're almost done. We're getting close to done with all the ocean fishing achievements, actually. Maps, yep. Look at that. Casual 14,000 points. Congratulations to my fellow jellyfishers. Yeah, just in time. But these ones are easy. Like, for the most part, these ones are not a problem at all. Yeah, I'm going to help Sophie with some Braxkin maps. This is not a map party as much as it's a do Sophie's maps party. Thank you for the party. No, thank you for the boat. Very many successful boats. FFA loot. Yeah, for Sophie's map, she likes doing FFA. So if anyone wants to come help Sophie do her Braxkin maps and take any loot that drops. Simply ask. For all you know, you could walk away with a yan. Or nothing. I just realized, technically, you need the portal. So we should maybe allow other people's maps. I know you also need your map completions. This is Braxkin, by the way. Passwords 1227. Yeah, we need 5 portals. That's a lot. We should probably let other people do their maps. I'm actually gonna go. I'm gonna buy one, I think, real quick. All right, PF's up on Crystal. Passwords 1227. I'm gonna get one. I'm not gonna gather it. Bra. Time worn Braxkin. Oh, you have a Gargantua. That's gonna be in what's it called? Living Memory. That's fine. All right, 5's enough. Anyone else coming? If not, I'm gonna close this. We don't want to. She doesn't have much time, so we want to get going. Oh, you have but we just want to do the Braxkin and Gargantua skins. Because I think she needs the Braxkin and I think she needs the Braxkin achievement in particular as well. All right, let's head over here. I need a lot of things. Yeah. She just doesn't have a lot of time, so we don't want to really wait around. We'll probably end up doing another party at some point anyway. Hello, Sally. Well, you can't do Dawn Trail. They don't give Braxkin maps and whatnot for that. I gotta respond to this email later today, too. No portal. All right. Any other Gargantua skins while we're here? If there's any other Gargantuas, we'll do those first. Because that way we don't have to leave the zone. I mean, we need portals. We're already here. She wants the portals for the Mogpendium also. Okay, so we have 2 more here. Perfect. Yeah, this is a mix of achievements for her. I obviously would like to get to the final floor. I need those achievements still. Yeah, and they're free for all. I know I normally run, like, reserved. But, this is her party, technically. Yeah, she just needs the outright completions to boot. I'm going to be doing plenty of maps of a bunch of different expansions at some point. I really might also get my alts miner up so I can gather a second map per day. As soon as you're in the spot, you can dig. Oh, you were the last one here. Never mind. Yeah, just as soon as we're in the spot, you can just go. You don't have to worry. Wait, Dante, where are you? Dante. Oh, you're good. I lost 3 yans in free-for-all on 2 maps. Yeah, she does have good yan luck, to be fair. She's right. Yeah, that's why I don't do free-for-all. Here's the thing. I don't mind if somebody else gets a rare item and I don't get anything, as long as when it drops on mine, I guarantee get it. That's why I run it that way. It's just a different way of thinking. I'll be jealous, and I'll wish in that moment, oh, man, it'd be cool if I could have won that. But then I'll just say when it's on my map, it is mine. We'll just hope for a portal. Hey, look, a portal. Take us in. I need a bunch of all of these, man. I should probably swap to Machinist. Yeah. No, that's fair. I do constantly remind everyone in my party, like, this is the rules. This is what we're doing. Don't forget. I'm afraid of people forgetting. I mean, just having 2 tanks doesn't hurt either. It's not like it matters. Interesting. Normally, using my aggro would fix that. Make sure the Goldie Cat dies. Boop. I got him. Meow! Kill! Kill that fucking cat that I hate. I don't know, whatever the gear sets say. I don't think it really matters, to be honest. Me playing Overwatch killed that fucking cat that I hate. I thought everyone loved the new cat smile. Yeah, I'll swap to a DPS to make these kills faster. Just attracts the worst type of players is all. Yeah, I'll let you tank this. I'll go machinist also. That way we don't have two tanks. I mean, 2 tanks, like I said, 2 tanks ain't bad for 5 people. I don't think I'm allowed to change while we're in here. Oh, yes, I am. There we go. It wouldn't let me. That was just the delay was taking a while. Was it Stars run? It was probably a Stars run. Most of my abilities are still on cooldown, so my damage is going to be a little booty, but... Kill that fucking cat that I hate. Goodbye. Boop. Would you like my flamethrower? We gotta go hug the small balls. We have to kill the cat. It's how it has to be. Yeah, I forgot how slow this is with 4 people. Definitely glad to be back. Or 5 people. Definitely glad to be back on DPS. Tacos! Alright, Orchestrion grind successful. What the fuck? I rolled a 96, you asshole. Well, I rolled a 97. Took the tacos and ran. All right, we have one more map up by Pyro. We have one more Gargantua skin. There are 4 completions remaining to fulfill the Ultimog objective. Yeah, somebody had one up here. It's literally like right next to Pyro. Asshole, lovingly. Yeah, good coverage, good coverage. Oh wait, sightseeing log. Thank you. Still need those achievements. I think it's back this way. Like, I think it's like actually straight up here. Yeah. No, I'm not leaving. I will burn. I will burn. Tamagotchi? Yes. It's pretty funny. Just even the demo has some pretty funny moments. Alright, that's 2 portals. Oh! That's a reroll. Well, actually, that's not guaranteed reroll. Sorry. It'll just be the lesser. Wait. Okay. For a second, I was like, wait, do we have a tank? I mean, if you really want the hamster fit, then yeah. The demo is, like, painfully short. I think you'll survive. The Robin be punching. Oi! Check my Discord DMs. Sliding into my DMs right now. Funny. Excuse me. Stop breaking my crystals. Goldie cats! Kill! Kill! Kill these fucking cats that I hate. Alright, you guys can finish killing these cats that I hate. Uh-oh. Hey! You know what? I'm gonna finish it. Okay, I'm coming. Surprised this last mob and the lesser has this much health, even for only this many people. At least we're already 2 portals in to the Ultimog. Boop. Fun and Games Orchestra. Oh, I'm not winning that. I like how I'm like, I need orchestrion rolls, and it's like, here you go. Not this time. Not getting rid of us so easily. I'd laugh if it kicked us out right out. Yan? Is it Yan time? She does have... Okay, to give you an idea of how good her luck is, I literally took like 10 days of going through this before I got my Yan, which is actually pretty lucky in and of itself. She did this for an hour, saw 3 of them, won 1 of them. I think 2 of them were even in the same map. Like, I think 2 of the Yans dropped in the same exact map. If my memory serves correctly. Oh my god, it was the fucking Yan. I think was that? Nope, somebody, yeah, okay, that person won, yeah. Excellent. Grats on the Yan, and now we're getting kicked out. That almost always happens. No, re-roll. Don't worry, it'll save us. It didn't save us. Alright, I think those were the only Gargantua skins we have, so we can go do Brack skins. We'll do her Brack skins first. For maps? Well, we can take people to do maps. We just didn't want to sit in PF, but if somebody's like in the area and gets a quick invite, I could just like do that. She just doesn't have a lot of time, so we're just trying to get as many maps done as possible. Damn, that's so lucky. I'm telling you, she just has good luck. Yeah, just let me know if you want in. You just get to Urkelpacha ASAP. I'm checking to see if you change zones before we open this. There you go. Accept it. Alright, we're good. Now you're in the party, we should be good. Hey, get out of here. Do 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 do. Hunt Mark Holoplan slain. That's true. You can also get the wedding invite. Do 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 do. I'm surprised there's no achievement for getting a certain number of fever dreams. I guess they figure getting the final floors is good enough. Where is mine? Mine's in Heritage Found. I'll let everyone else go first. Damn! Urkelpacha. Yeah, I like when we try to keep them to the same zone. That's always nice. I gotta toss out some of these. Shaloni? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna prioritize if we have others in the same zone, because keep in mind, we're working on multiple achievements at the same time for her, but we are also hoping for portals. So after this, we can go to... After we're done with Urkelpacha, we can just go to Shaloni. Damn! Any other Urkelpachas? If not, we will go to Shaloni. Shaloni baloney. You can't say damn when there's no damn drops. Alright, Shaloni it is. It's not funny if you say it when there's no drop. Then it just looks like you're saying damn. When she's found it, she'll teleport us. Gotta snag a retainer map. Okay. Oh God. Or OG-OD. Having a hard time finding it? Yeah, just meet us in the Shaloners. I actually would like to do my Heritage Found map before we end, just so... I just remembered, I don't want to throw out my map. Because I do need to do my generic daily map for one of the earlier expansions. Let's do your map after this. Okay, yeah. We'll do Shaloni and then we'll go to Heritage Found. Yeah, I definitely don't want to be sitting on a... I shouldn't have even bought this one now that I think about it, but it's fine. Doesn't really matter. Portal! 2 more to go. We're ulti-mogging. We're ulti-mog-maxing. Oh, you've never stepped foot into this one. I mean, that's not that embarrassing. You just didn't do this map. There are people who don't even know what treasure maps are. However, skip the goddamn cutscene. Thanks, Mushy. I like how her and I discussed it like weeks in advance, decided not to do the first time, and then she's like, you want to just do it tomorrow? Like going down to the courthouse. Don't worry. I got this. These ones also, I feel like, die a lot faster. Everything in here goes a lot faster. No, her and I both have them out from our previous marriages. It's for the teleport ring, so she can follow me. He has a fucking GPS tap on me. Oh, hello. Do it. Do it. Do it. Easy. Spousal GPS. Easy. We're gonna be rich. This is just how it goes for her. She's got that treasure map line. Now it's going to be a 1. Nope. All locks released. Yeah, you get... I forgot. Do you get the guaranteed when you finish a game? I remember there was something about the Gambler's Lure that occurs... I could have swore, like, if you actually release all the locks, you're guaranteed a chamber. You can run out. Yeah. Unless that's new. I think it might have been for this portal map. I seem to recall there being something with the Gambler's Lures and free doors, but I could just be fabricating something in my own mind. No, I always avoid the AoE cutscene. I always dodge. I have to walk in front of the slowest person. Because they literally can't do it any faster. And we literally can't even do the next set without them. But they will watch the cutscene in isolation. Excuse me. Hello, let us in. We got Rainbow Jesus. Solid Rainbow Jesus, big fan. Yeah, this one's 5. I think only Aquapolis is 7. I'm sorry, no. Canals is 7. Yeah, I think after Stormblood they stopped doing 7. I think it's been 5 ever since Shadowbringers. The quap. Quap, 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 quap. Let me see you quap. Did the quap, 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 did the quap. Sure, I'm sure that's worth nothing, so I'll win it. Thank you. I do need the achievement for the 5th chamber here. I think I needed like 2 more? Something like that. I was pretty close to done with this one. No. I need 2 more for the Lost Canals. I do have to go back and do those at some... To be fair, I'm going to want to do that for hidden maps anyway. At some point or another. Yeah, we're going to do my map after this one's done also. We're not really doing a everybody gets a turn thing, but it's free for all loot, so it doesn't matter. The Stormblood ones. $70. I believe. Ooh. Well, I won that. Thank you very much. Free for all treating me kindly. Mac with the 97 feeling real good, not knowing I pulled the 99. Well, yeah, because I put that video out earlier. All right, Rainbow Jesus, let us in. Nope. I'm of the opinion the moment you get a Figmental Weapon Coffer, you're getting ejected 99% of the time. All right, let's Heritage Found this-ish. Let me look for it real quick. Should be able to find it in just a second. I've done a bunch of these. Been a while, though. This will be... Yeah, I figured this will probably be your last one. Heritage Found. I don't know where that is entirely off the top of my head. No, not there. Oh, it's at one of these. Right here? Yes. Right there. Hello, Purple. It'll be early. Wait. So, for me, it'll be tomorrow. It's 7 a.m. on Friday in my time. That's 8 p.m. JST, if I'm not mistaken. Well, 4 a.m. PST. But yeah, about that time. No problem. And no portal. Okay. Thanks for the Figmental Weapon Coffer. Damn, you look crazy. Oh yeah, we just wanted to get a few done. Damn. Oh. Yeah, I opened it already. I pretty much insta-opened it. Okay, thank you for the quick attempts. Bye-bye. I also need... Oh, I like that she just closed her laptop. I could tell because the fucking... She's just... I just saw the disconnect symbol. She just went... Laptop close. The figurative mic drop. Don't drop me, please. I'm afraid of heights. I'll take a free 2.5 mil. Why not? I did it just to help my girlfriend. But I guess I don't mind making 2.5 million gil. No, she has Tomodachi Life. I'm not going to buy a copy of it for myself. I would just, if I ever really wanted to play it, I'd wait till she was done with it and then borrow it. Because you can do that. You can just borrow games from other people with the console in the same household. That's a whole carrot. Is it? I feel like carrots are still more expensive than that. But I'd sooner just watch her play, because she'll have a character that's me anyway, you know. No, they said it will be at FanFest. They've said many times it will be at FanFest. And they've reiterated that today. Speaking of which, let me get that video out. I don't want to do that. Quite personally, I do not wish to do that. Because I just don't want to put a lot of time into Tomodachi Life right now. I got other things to do. My time is committed elsewhere. Interview 2. Alright, I'm gonna get the second video out. Besides, enough people tell me I just look like Final Fantasy characters. Why even bother? I'll just make myself a billion times, I guess. I don't know how many. It'll be the first day. There's nothing. Well, I guess there's the Q&A, but all there is on the second day is the Q&A. That's not like a reveal. We have the keynote and the dev panel. It's clearly going to be in one of those. Or both of them. All right, thumbnail, interview 2. That we will get the first teaser. The only reason FanFest exists at all is for expansion news. It doesn't exist for any other reason. Like, yeah, there's other stuff there, but that's the chief reason it exists. Let me see if I want to rename this video real quick. Nah, this is fine. Let me get the exact term here that he uses, though. Yeah, about 1/3. It's a teaser. Okay, that was not the result I was hoping for, but still. There it is. All right, let's make that video public. Yep, full trailers at JP FanFest. It's always the last one. Okay, I've got that done. I love free videos. I would say winter is the correct prediction. I'd say February is a safe month specific prediction. Of course, safe is not a confirmation. It's just safe. No, Ultimate has never ever been released on patch. It will most likely be in June in 7.51. Almost assured. It's always been in the .x1 patch. That is unlikely to change. They will almost certainly not target for Christmas. Now, here's the thing. They can. But the last FanFest is Halloween. A 6-week turnover with a media tour in between? Not likely. 3 months is the shortest time that we've ever had between a FanFest and an expansion. And in fact, they did that multiple times. So February, like I said, safe guess. But it's a guess. Nothing else. I think they're going to say winter at Fan Festival. Yeah, not being in Vegas is a blessing for a lot of reasons. Yeah, I mean, could it drop in December? Absolutely. I'm not one of the developers. Is it likely? No. Unlikely. Very unlikely. Possible, but unlikely. I won't, again, I won't say no, but I'm not going to say yes. Tomes as a system isn't really a problem. The problem with the system that they're talking about is that it doesn't scale with new jobs being added to the game. Tomes, there's no new gear sets ever added to the game. Yes, there's weapons, but those are largely non-factor for a lot of people. There's enough other alternative weapons that that's not a concern. Maybe weapons would need to be reworked, and to be fair, I think that's the only thing that makes any sense. But Tomes as a system, functionally, there's nothing wrong with it. It's the availability of the items and the period of time that it takes. If you want to play more than one role, that's a problem. Whereas Totems, if you really want the weapons, Totems gets real bad real quick. Also, I'll say this. Even if Totems worked exactly the same, the fact they take up inventory space could definitely use some work. If they changed nothing else but for Totems, but changing that they don't take up inventory space, thumbs up from me. And I have a feeling that inventory consolidation is going to continue to be a fairly large thing. Should include, yeah, so okay. Yes, it will include Dawn Trail in the purchase. But unless they change something, you don't get access to Dawn Trail until 8.0 comes out. Now, you've said, obviously you know that because you said wait till expansion release. Yeah. Bit of a rough wait. I would love for them to change that. I understand why it is the way that it is. They don't want people pre-ordering the next expansion to get the current expansion and then cancel their pre-order. Which is still weird. Like, it would be weird as a person to do that because it would mean that you played the expansion you got for free and then just decided you don't need to play the next expansion, unless people then do it expansion after expansion, in which case it becomes pattern forming, and that's fucking lunatic behavior. I mean, 7.5 proper, I mean, all basic releases are usually MSQ, Dungeon, Trial, Extreme Trial, Normal Raid or Alliance Raid, and then whatever subsequent quality of life things are happening. The ocean fishing route will be 7.5 proper, kill me. There will be a line of big fish in 7.5 proper, kill me. The new Crystalline Conflict map will be in 7.5 proper, kill me. Actually, no, that one's cool. I like that. New season for PvP in 7.5. New series for PvP in 7.5. Probably the return of another old gear set in 7.5 from old PvP. Quality of life, most likely in PvP. I think they said that the quality of life for the next one is not right in 0.5. I can't recall. I don't remember when they said. I just know that they said the timing of the next one is the interior-exterior limits. And then the one after that is the TARDIS housing. Gamers are lunatics. Did you also know that forks are found in the kitchen? Technically, they're found in the drawer. The drawer just happens to be in the kitchen. Unless you're a psycho who just leaves your forks out all the time. The Super EX mount will be right on 7.5. The moment the final mount is there as a drop, you can get that. No, they've said TARDIS housing is pretty much almost all set. They said it's what, so it might be 8.0, you might be right. They said it's whenever the next housing update is. They've already confirmed that it is whenever the housing update after the interior exterior design is. And that's mostly done. That is the safe guess, Scott. Mm-hmm. A drawer could be anywhere. It could even be on a boat. Yeah, I'll be live bright and early tomorrow for the live letter. I think it is at, let me make sure it's at 7 a.m. I'm almost certain it's at 7 a.m. Eastern. I just want to double check. That's when it normally is, at the very least. It is indeed at 7 a.m. Eastern. Okay, cool. Let me remember to, oh, what's this? Let me just remember to set my alarm for tomorrow at 5:15. That's good. All right, cool. With that, I need to get going a little early today. I have to oversee. We've got people coming over to fix some things around the house. And Sophie has an appointment to get to. So I got to make sure that I am not sitting in my office so I can open the door for them. And I have cooking to do. So yeah, I will be live tomorrow morning for the live letter. I'll be live a little bit more than an hour before it starts. We'll get rid of all our ads. We'll have our usual, music and chill beforehand. And I will hopefully not be very tired. So with that, thanks for hanging out today. Thanks for the subs, resubs, bits. Thanks for hanging out for the boats and for the treasure maps. And I'll see you tomorrow for our live letter. Until then, I bid you adieu. Bye-bye.